say yes.
Okay,
I didn't hear him. Oh no!
We might have to adjust.
Okay.
We're
What'd
heading
you
towards a
do?
meat locker though right now. So
Call Peter.
Go
It's
get a
cooling.
sweater,
It's
because
cooling.
the rest of us are warm.
All right, good. Yeah.
He's
He
good?
said- I heard Cindy loud and clear.
the microphone's not on or something.
She killed the air. We were like,
Oh, no, no, definitely. There is no air in this place.
I'd like to call the meeting to order. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all for coming today. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Moore,
Present.
Councilwoman McNamara,
present.
Councilman Iacilli,
Present.
Councilman Pell,
Present.
Councilman Schivoni.
Present.
Thank you. All right, I move to accept the minutes of the town board meeting of June 25th, 2024, 6 p.m.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Clerk, would you please read the communications?
The following communications have been received in the office of the town clerk. We have received public notices from the Suffolk County Department of Economic Development and Planning regarding the notice of Toro Laws Institute for Land Use and Sustainable Development webinar coming up. Town of Southold notice of adoption of local laws, and New York State liquor license 30-day advance notice to local municipalities from the listed entity, and annual statements of financial disclosure from the listed individuals. We've also received emails, letters, and land use applications regarding the following: Development, Liberty Gardens, County Road 39, Southampton, Hampton Bays Pattern Book, Notice of Intent to Sell Number 17 Village Green Drive, Southampton, Planning Board matter for Summit Boulevard, West Hampton, and also Montauk Highway, Loaves and Fishes, Sabonic Golf Club Limited Access Plan Report for 2023, Spionk Community Park, 178 Old Country Road, Spionk, and a Planning Board application for 61 and 65 Bayview Drive in North Sea. And that concludes the communications for this meeting's agenda.
Thank you. I have one add-on that I would move to add to the agenda. The first is Town Board Resolution ID number 46805 with the warrant, and Town Board Resolution ID number 46907, a resolution accepting the bid award and authorizing the supervisor to enter into a contract with the Village of West Hampton Beach and MRJ Industries Limited for the electrical portion of the Governor John Adams Dix Windmill Restoration Project.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, would you please read the notice for the first public hearing?
Public hearing number 1 on the acquisition of 356 Head of Pond Road in the hamlet of Watermill, and amend the Community Preservation Project Plan and Community Preservation Management and Stewardship Plan to include the property.
Is anyone here to, oh, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Thank you.
You're the Jackie today?
Can you just go a little bit closer to the microphone or adjust the mic?
I don't think it's on.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Louder.
I believe it.
Hope everyone enjoyed the 4th of July weekend.
Same to you.
It's very enjoyable. And yes. Testing? Okay. Thank you. So with regard to the first hearing today, for your consideration concerning preservation, is the property located at 356 Head of the Pond Road in Watermill. For edification purposes on the map, it's this property down here. And I do note we have two companion properties for your consideration today, comprising both the first hearing and the second hearing. More on that to follow. With respect to 356 Head of the Pond Road, I do note the following. This property comprises approximately 1.3 acres. It is zoned CR 80, which for edification purposes, of course, is country residence, 80,000 square feet per dwelling unit. The proposed sales price is $2 million. And this property is appropriate for acquisition under the CPF project plan, specifically as the designation wetland and open space criteria. I do want to note with respect to the map, and you'll see it here, to the immediate west and adjacent to the property is 350 Head of the Pond Road. The town of Southampton purchased the development rights of this parcel, which comprises approximately 48 acres in 2008 for $9 million. I also want to note additionally, the property to the southeast,
Thank you, sir.
designated on the map, was also purchased by the town of Southampton, known as 335 Head of the Pond Road, which comprises approximately 3 acres in 2020 for $2.5 million.
Dan, not to interrupt, but the top one, 19.10, that's an identical piece, and that's your next acquisition?
That is correct. That's why it's a companion piece, also comprising approximately 1.3 acres. It's directly
Same price
adjacent,
and
same price, directly
program.
adjacent, and also with respect to the surrounding area, these two parcels will complement an overall preservation scheme in that particular area, especially because these areas are a watershed area with respect to not only Mill Pond, but also Mecox Bay. So by purchasing these two properties and these two lots, we will further speak to preservation of that area, especially given the wetlands component of each of those particular parcels. Any questions with respect to these proposed purchases? Or this, at least for hearing one, the purchase of 356 Head of the Pond Road?
I do, and I'd like to address the two properties combined, and, you know, we'll do the second hearing. I see that the farmer on 350 Head of Pond Road gains access to the fields through the lower lot, the southerly lot. Is that something that has been addressed
Yes.
in this sale, and what will happen with that access?
Right, so our understanding is that there's a separate access area coming in from a different location, which I'll show you on the map.
Yeah, to the north
in
of
from
this
the north?
map, the location off of this map, he kind of like blew through 2 acres,
You go right to the 19.
cleared 2 acres,
Sure.
that is.
So this is the road that you're speaking to now. However, there's a separate access point from a public roadway to the northwest.
And I'm also talking about the road off of Head of Pond Road that goes across the
Goes
property
across the
that we're,
property.
there
This
you
one
go.
here,
No, out to head of
There
pond.
you go.
Yeah,
Yep.
right where your finger.
right here.
Yep.
Yes, so this lot through here is not needed by the farmland area to service that farm.
He's the common owner. The owner
That's
of
correct.
19.9 is that.
That's correct.
You could probably just move it down.
There is a current access driveway easement that only inures to the benefit of these two properties.
Mm-hmm.
And so by purchasing these as companion pieces, and the contract stipulates that the purchase is requiring a simultaneous close, meaning the town will only close on both or neither because of this common driveway access. When we purchase this, we will effectively extinguish that easement.
Are there any covenants that exist to allow the farmer to farm the western portion of these two lots?
You're saying in this
Or
particular,
easements or covenants or anything?
in this
Yeah.
particular area, to my
Yes.
understanding, no.
Okay, good.
We intend to actually construct a split rail fence area in
Right.
this area.
So
the
they
new-
couldn't use that shaded area out to head of pond?
Or just that little right there. Yeah, just that little
You're saying this,
rectangle.
this
No,
here.
to the
Just south of that?
to the south of that where there's sliver that is already highlighted.
I think you're talking about right
Yes.
Yeah, they could,
Can they still use that?
They could use that, that is outside
Okay.
our purchase area. Our purchase area is from
They own
this
it.
line northward
That's still,
for these two lots.
So my point was they still have access to Head
Yeah.
Pond if they need
if
it.
they want.
Absolutely, and again, from this common area that enters out.
And
onto-
Counselor, to the north, there was a large portion of property that connected that field with Head-a-Pond Road that was cleared by the owner. It is outside the Aquifer Protection Overlay District, and it was about 2 acres of clearing. We got a lot of calls about that, so this farmer certainly does have access to Head-a-Pond Road. And I'm just wondering about the use of the western portion of our parcels on that farm.
This area.
Yeah.
here. And again, we intend to construct a
Fence.
fence line area to delineate the farmland area from this area and our area.
And then
Okay.
just allow that to naturally revegetate.
Right.
That's correct. That's correct. But
Maybe we
clearly by delineation at that particular point, since the roadway is not needed by the farmer, nor at that particular area would we want to have access.
keep the autumn olives down.
I'm sorry, Councilman?
There's an invasive species that takes over these former farm fields. But go on.
Gotcha. Any other questions?
No, I don't think so, and I don't have a card for this public hearing, but Kevin, is there anyone on Zoom that would like to be heard at this public hearing? What's the problem? The lights aren't working here? John's gonna fix it.
He's gonna be, Tommy's gonna fix it.
Nobody else.
We're gonna have to do that every time.
I don't know. He's trying to get the mics. He
What's
can
that?
hear you, but you can't hear him.
Oh.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you please, oh, no, all right, well, if there's no other comments, then I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you please read the notice for the second public hearing?
Public hearing number 2, on the acquisition of 374 Head of Pond Road in the hamlet of Watermill, and amend the Community Preservation Project Plan and Community Preservation Management and Stewardship Plan to include the property.
Dan
Thank you.
McCormick.
Thank you. As I alluded to before, this is the second of the companion pieces for the record on this public hearing. This property located at 374 Head of the Pond Road is, again, 1.3 acres, also zoned CR 80, and also involves a prospective purchase price of $2 million. And like the lower property at 356, it's also in the CPF project plan appropriate designation with respect to wetlands and open space designation. I do note, as I reiterated before, by purchasing these two companion pieces, we will further the preservation scheme with respect to this area and further speak to the water quality issues concerning both Mecox Bay as well as Mill Pond with respect to preservation.
So when you extinguish that road that goes through the two parcels that we're proposing to purchase, would you block it off at the top?
Yes, we generally utilize a split rail fencing system. And if we need to, we can progress to stockade fencing or some other type of fencing to delineate town property from the surrounding area. But our goal, and this is important for the public to understand, we always want to be a good neighbor. And so we utilize split rail fencing because it has a natural,
Aesthetic.
speaks to a natural aesthetic and natural flavor for those particular areas and doesn't stick out, so to speak, in that
Yeah,
area. So we
that's
always
good.
try and
That's-
utilize the least amount of barrier necessary to achieve our
And
goals.
just to that point, obviously, the farmer knows we're buying these pieces of property. He's aware that he's not gonna be able to go utilize through here. So, and he's not here contesting what we're doing, so I would assume he has no issue with it.
Correct, and based on obviously the additional questions of the town board, I will be reaching out, and CPF will be reaching out to further address those matters to clarify that as well. We also have title that will be involved in this particular issue if necessary concerning any potential issues that could come up. So we will address that accordingly as well going forward.
Right. My point earlier was that the farmer did clear a parcel to the north there, which was significant.
No, I remember the phone.
I'd like to, reiterate that that these two parcels are not protected by the Aquifer Protection Overlay District. I completely support their purchase, and it also connects to the Mecox Bay watershed. So it's a good purchase. Purchase is.
Thank you, Dan.
You're very welcome. Are there any other questions of the town board?
No, and I don't have any cards, so I will ask Kevin if there's anyone on Zoom that wishes to be heard at this second public hearing.
No one on Zoom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, then I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Dan, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, for doing a good job.
Madam Clerk, would you please read the notice for the third public hearing?
Yes, I just want to be assured that we're being recorded.
Yes, he said he could hear us, but we
But does that, is it,
It's that-
do we know it's being recorded, though?
It is. Someone just
Okay.
unplugged the speaker, that's what it was.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Just-
Thank you,
because
Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin.
We're
You
required
wanna
to
just test
provide
it really quick?
transcripts at
The
times.
low-tech
Can you
solution.
sing a little song?
Public hearing number 3, to consider historic landmark designation of the structure recognized as Grosvenor
I can hear you.
Atterbury Estate House, located at 520 Montauk Highway, Shinnecock Hills, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-233-1-23.
Good afternoon, Madam Supervisor, members of the Town Council, and Town Clerk Shermeyer. I'm Ed Wisnowski, Chair of the Landmarks and Historic Districts Board.
Welcome, Ed.
You have all received a landmark qualification report for the structure at 520 Montauk Highway, and it seeks to designate the Grove, and I will say the pronunciation is Grosvenor, not Grosvenor, Grosvenor Atterbury Estate House. The house was built in 1889 and went through a series of notable owners, which were outlined in the landmark qualification report. And by virtue of both its construction, its ownership, and its place in the development of Southampton town and its institutions, the Landmarks Board found that it should be recommended for designation by the town board. In our work in reviewing this structure, we were approached by both neighbors of the house in the Atterbury Estates area, and as well by the Peconic Land Trust and the Neomuc Land Trust, who had the interest in the property for cultural restoration and revitalization of the Shinnecock community. In the process, the Landmarks Board accommodated through several meetings to allow for their testimony, and since I see they're present here today, I won't recap what they presented to us, but we did recommend the landmark designation be modified so that it would not be for the place it currently is sited, but for a relocated site several hundred yards away in the same neighborhood. With that, I'm willing to respond to any questions. I should also perhaps respond to some public comments that were made about landmarking, about things being moved as this structure may prospectively be moved. Many of the town landmarks have been moved. The most famous one probably most people would recognize is the Big Duck, which has been in several places over the years. But even some major landmarks, Bridgehampton has the BB Windmill, which has been in about 5 locations, 3 of them in Bridgehampton over the years before it was landmarked. We have the Diamond Farmhouse on Flying Point Road, which was moved as part of a subdivision arrangement and landmarked by the town board as well. And even the famous Rogers House, which the town spent 15 years restoring in Bridgehampton originally started across the street and was dragged and renovated by Nathaniel Rogers in 1840. So moving buildings and structures and landmarking them is part of the town's history. And actually, in Shinnecock Hills, the windmill on the Southampton campus of SUNY Stony Brook is under consideration by the Landmarks Board for potentially recommending it as a landmark. And that's been moved around several times. So there's no particular problem.
Is it fair to
with
say that all of the windmills in the town have been moved?
That's pretty much the case.
I think that's true.
Watermill?
That was in North Haven.
I think so too,
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
So the landmarking doesn't take effect until after the building is relocated?
That would be the recommendation currently of the Landmarks Board.
Right.
With that, there is a process in place that talks are being conducted by parties, and perhaps John Halsey might update those talks in terms of presenting information about the relocation for the structure. We have not been involved in that communication path on that basis.
Is
Well,
there
the
any time limit that you put on the, it needs to be relocated within a certain amount of time?
No, there's no time limit that we recommend. We would like to see certainly the structure preserved. The discussions of it are best done by people who are party to it, not by myself. There is also an application that has been made for the demolition of the structure by the Peconic Land Trust. So that is in process, and the paperwork on that is still in the process of being assembled and reviewed. So there are a number of things that may take time. This structure is in what is called a cultural resource protection zone of the town. It happens to be Zone A. There's Zone B in Sabonic, and there's a Zone C, I think, in Remsenburg for cemeteries that are there as well. But it requires an investigation process before any construction and any kind of building activity might take place in those zones. And that's one of the aspects of, I suppose, the discussion of this that's taking place with the relocation. So the timing of all that is an open question.
But that would have to happen for a demolition as well.
Yes.
But who reviews the demolition? I mean, wouldn't that come before your board, given the age of the property, the building structure?
Well, we would review it, and in the process currently, without landmark designation, it is the owner's right to demolish it, even though we would have an objection because it has not been landmarked.
So the condition
Sounds
for
like a mess.
landmarking with the removal is part of the resolution that we're considering today. We don't have a resolution in the packet, so we are going to be voting on this at another meeting.
Yes, I don't think there's no resolution. There's no resolution in the packet for adoption today. This is merely to look at the findings and the place of the preservation effort that the Landmarks Board, in cooperation with and in conjunction with other parties, have tried to work out.
But who determines who issues the demolition permit?
The building department will issue the demolition permit when all paperwork is completed associated with the activity on the property.
And if we wanted that not to happen, we would need to landmark it in place for that not to happen. And any other structure in the town that qualifies for landmarking. Right.
That would, yes, if that process that you're suggesting, landmarking it in place, then the demolition would be subject to Landmarks Board review for a certificate of appropriateness. Presumably that certificate of appropriateness would take into account the issue of preservation of cultural sites, which is part of the endeavor of the Neomuk and Peconic Land Trust efforts, as well as the preservation of the structure on a property someplace else.
But if it's landmarked, I thought you can, you can't move it after it's landmarked. I know you can move something before it's landmarked, but I thought once it was landmarked, you couldn't move it. Is that not true?
That's not something that is a restraint that I know of.
Okay.
It's discouraged as a way of preserving historic objects by the standards of the Secretary of Interior, which is one of the guideline elements for the Landmarks Board to use as it reviews construction and renovations or changes in landmark buildings as well.
So if you landmark it before you move it, and you want to move it, is there a certain prescription on it?
It would be subject to a review for a certificate of appropriateness from the Landmarks Board as to whether or not it should take place or not.
The Dix Hill windmill was landmarked before we moved it.
Say that again.
The
John
Governor-
Dix.
The
John
John
Dix.
Hicks windmill
John
was
Dix.
landmarked before we moved it.
I think it was
Yeah.
after.
I think it was somewhere before.
This hearing is different than that scenario, though. This would be landmarking upon condition.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
stated in the
And
resolution.
then it's still up to the owners
And
of
again,
what
said-
they want
The
to
big
do
duck.
with the building.
Yeah,
Or
other
not.
other things have been moved over the years, have been previously landmarked.
But did you discuss in your, giving your recommendation, the least disruptive manner in which the structure would be removed and relocated?
There were hints at it, but there was no review. That kind of
Detail.
official review process probably would currently take place with the recommendation that you have there for a relocated site before landmarking. That kind of review would take place with respect to the cultural resource investigation report that has to be done as to, is this an appropriate path for it to be moved from that location? If it were landmarked in place, that review, as well as a Landmarks Board review for a certificate of appropriateness, would take place as to the character of the removal process.
Is there an individual or party interested in actually moving this structure and rebuilding it and restoring it and as a landmark?
There
shingle
is,
style
and I would
Neighbor.
defer perhaps to
Okay, without saying
David
too much.
Wilcox, who has had some communication or knowledge of the
Hmm.
parties who are of interest in it, and also perhaps John Halsey, who also has been discussing with other parties.
Ed, if I may, could you just explain to the public as well as some of my fellow board members what the cultural resource protection zone is? Could you explain that a little? That was something that was done some years ago with planning, with the town attorney's office, also in conjunction with some of the members of the Shinnecock Nation. Could you just explain what that means?
Well, the cultural resource protection zones provide for a certain kind of treatment for any development or undevelopment, if you will, of a property within those zones. And there are various types of investigations to determine whether or not there may be different kinds of cultural artifacts or remains that might be found from a previous period.
And in this case, we're talking specifically about Shinnecock Nation ancestral burial grounds.
Yes, this location is very close to what has been identified as the Sugarloaf burial area, and it's kind of on the margins of the zone itself, but there is reason to have an investigation
Right.
before any activity, demolition, or removal would take place.
Right. And so therefore those cultural resource protection zones are there for our knowledge to understand the parameters and the region's sort of makeup. So we have more knowledge about that.
Yes.
Yeah, and it also provides for further investigation before any building permits are issued for any development of the properties. So to make sure that there isn't, or try to examine if there isn't any,
Right.
It's a Grades Protection Act essentially. And
Right.
recently, and I guess it had lingered for years, but decades. But recently, the state passed a similar law to what we had already passed. So.
I appreciate it, and thank you to the work of the Landmark Board too.
We needed something in place for parcels that discovered remains and, you know, from previous cultures.
Yep.
And a path to move forward for them in a way that respects the nation and,
Yep.
and the burial grounds, as well as property rights. So, you know,
Yep.
still a work in progress.
But
It is a
wasn't
work
there
in
already some ground penetrating radar study done on this property?
There was at least one that I haven't studied very much that has been done. I know there have been those kinds of studies on the adjacent property that where a demolition took place. The last owner before the Peconic Land Trust was renovating and redeveloping the property and was required to do some study of the area, and it did include I believe did it include the radar survey? Yeah.
No radar.
No radar. No.
Test
I
holes.
thi- that have been done. Not everything is in place, so more needs to be known about the site.
Thank you. All right, Dave, did you want to say a few words? No, I was referring to an email that you sent that seemed to indicate that there were no indication of burial sites detected, and as a result of this ground penetrating radar report. So I'm confused to hear that something, otherwise is being said
Yeah,
now.
to my knowledge, there have been 2 archaeological assessments of the property. One was done in conjunction with, in 2011, when the former owner was proposing to subdivide the property. And that was an extensive archaeological assessment. They did 144 test holes that were dug, I forget the exact number, 1 to 1.5 feet deep into undisturbed soil profile. That assessment, those 144 test holes did not identify any artifacts or human remains or burial sites. I believe the Peconic Land Trust had a GPR commissioned in 2023, and perhaps they could speak further to that. But in my reading of that, the conclusions of that report were that it did not uncover or discover any burial remains either.
Oh, all right, thanks for clarifying.
Okay.
All right, well, I do have several cards on this public hearing. The first is John Halsey from the Peconic Land Trust, which is the owner of the subject property.
Hey, John.
Hello.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm John Halsey, president of the Peconic Land Trust. And I hope you will also have an opportunity to hear from Allison McGovern, who's the archaeologist with whom we are working, as well as Tila Troge, who's the president of the Neomuk Land Trust. So we've been working very closely on the protection of the Sugarloaf area. The town has played a very important role here. A historic acquisition 3 years ago in conjunction with the trust, where the town purchased a conservation easement on the summit of Sugarloaf, and the trust purchased the restricted fee. That property has been restored. The house that was built on that property was demolished, I guess about 2 years ago. So I want to thank the town board for its participation with the trust and the Shinnecock Graves Protection Warrior Society, who was very active in the protection of that property. So soon after we protected Sugarloaf Summit, the property immediately adjacent to it, 520 Montauk Highway, was in a bankruptcy court, and we made a bid to try to protect that property, and were able to acquire it approximately 2 years ago. This property is part of Sugarloaf. And I want to just start by saying, first and foremost, that it is really important for the town board and the members of the public to understand the broader context of not only the property itself, but the property in which the house resides at present. And for the record, the Peconic Land Trust supports the recommendation by the Landmarks Board to landmark the house at 520 Montauk Highway, conditioned upon its successful removal and relocation to another parcel. Indeed, the house and the 520 Montauk Highway property, as well as where we meet today, is all located on the ancestral lands of the Shinnecock people who have occupied this property and this territory for over 400 generations. Putting this into perspective, I am the 12th generation of Thomas and Phoebe Halsey among the English settlers who came here in 1640. As I said to the Landmarks Board in May, that makes me a relative newcomer, as well as most of us in this room. Yet the history of people here in this place where we meet today and at 520 Montauk Highway began over 10,000 years ago. My family has been here but a fraction of that time. 520 Montauk Highway is part of the town's Sugarloaf Hill Burial Ground Environmental Protection Area, as well as its Cultural Resource Protection Area. It is considered the most sacred land to the Shinnecock people. And that is why the trust purchased it 2 years ago, to protect it from development for what it is. A place where the Shinnecock have lived and died, foraged and hunted, mourned and celebrated their ancestors for thousands of years. Our goal is to restore it to a maritime grassland and recognize it as a sacred place. While we own the property, we co-manage it with the Neomuc Land Trust, an indigenous-led 501c3 conservation organization. And I hope the eventual owner of this property, as well as the summit of Sugarloaf Hill, where there are documented burials dating back 3,000 years. Neither Peconic or Neomuc have any interest in the house, given its location and the broader historical context in which it exists. Indeed, the proposal to landmark the house did not come from Peconic, but rather from neighbors interested in its relocation and restoration. We recognize that some in the community would like to see the house preserved, and that is why we do not oppose the relocation of the house in principle, and look forward to a proposal that is respectful of the Shinnecock ancestors whose remains are undoubtedly on this site. I say undoubtedly because I don't think the archaeological studies that have been done to this date are adequate to really determine what's there. It is in very close proximity to the summit itself. It's very likely a burial site, but it has been disturbed a lot over the past 140 years. So what's there, or in what was there, is probably scattered all over the site. Should the house not be relocated and therefore not landmarked, we will pursue our right to abolish it. That's why we want it not to be landmarked in place. Again, since the property is already recognized as a burial site in custom, law, and regulation, it should be respected for what it is, given its significance to the Shinnecock people. So I really hope that we're at the beginning of a longer conversation about how the town recognizes
30
the
seconds.
value of cultural resources that predate the arrival of my ancestors. An important step in this direction would be the reestablishment of a cultural resources committee to work in tandem with the Landmarks Board. So thank you very much for your attention. Any questions?
No, I'm just a little confused about the demolition permit is pending at the same time as the application for the landmarking. So even if we were to accept the recommendation of the Landmarks Board and to landmark it upon the successful removal, if the demolition permit's granted in the interim, that would take precedent?
I think from our perspective, we're really trying to preserve our right. I was surprised to learn that it's only been the last 2 years that the consent of the owner is no longer required for the landmarking of properties. That was a surprise to me. So I think from our perspective, and knowing that there was interest in seeing this property landmarked, we began the demolition permit process really to preserve our right. But as I say, we respect that there is interest in the preservation of this property, of the house itself, which is why we support the recommendation. And we'll work with someone who is interested in moving the house, but it has to be done in a way that is respectful to the site. And so that's going to take negotiation and some work, but we're open to it.
About 2.5 years ago, we became a certified local government with the power to landmark as a town board. We had a number of properties, probably more than a number of properties that just went away because in the town of Southampton, we do not have the power to restrict demolitions and demolitions permit, as is the case here. This is a unique situation where we are looking at landmarking, providing it's moved out of respect to Conic Land Trust and the Neomuc Land Trust and the Shinnecock Nation.
Yeah. So that's sort of it in a nutshell.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
All right, next up is Allison McGovern, also of Conic Land Trust.
I feel like it's getting cooler.
I don't know, I don't feel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Dr. Allison McGovern, and I'm here to speak about the archaeological history on the property on which the Grosvenor Atterbury House is located. So I'm a professional archaeologist whose work focuses on archaeology as historic preservation. That means my work as an archaeologist involves identifying, determining, and potentially preserving archaeological sites as part of environmental review for new infrastructure and development projects. So I'm currently working with the Peconic Land Trust and the Neomuc Land Trust to develop an archaeological management plan for the property that includes 520 Montauk Highway. And the purpose of that archaeological management plan is to identify key stakeholders and regulatory agencies and strengthen the relationships between those stakeholders through transparency in decision making. So the archaeological management plan outlines known and potential historic and cultural resources. It identifies site significance or significances and outlines scenarios that might present potential impacts to preserving and maintaining site significance. So the archaeological management plan allows stakeholders to make informed decisions that can preserve the significance of the site and that are sustainable. So in that process, what I'm doing is reviewing all of the archaeological work that has been done on the site up until this point. So reviewing the GPR data from an archaeological lens, reviewing the results of the Phase 1 archaeological survey that was previously done and spoken about by Mr. Wilcox, which was also carried out before the creation of the Cultural Resources Overlay Protection framework. So the testing for that phase 1 is not within the requirements that currently exist for the cultural resources overlay. That being said, I want to draw attention to the archaeological and cultural significance of the site. And I understand that the Landmarks Historic Preservation Board purview is limited to structures. But recommendations for landmarking should also take into account review and careful consideration of archaeological resources as well. And so I wanted to point out the history of the earliest peoples, the first peoples, or the Shinnecock people at the site. And Shinnecock history is told primarily through the memories and spiritual connections that the Shinnecock peoples maintain with and about their ancestral territories, and then material traces encountered through archaeology provide an additional layer of evidence supporting the widespread presence of and significance of Shinnecock connections to land. So I want to just round out or add to your understanding of the fuller history of the site. The property at 520 Montauk Highway is archaeologically sensitive for the presence of ancient human burials, as well as traces of historic period Shinnecock peoples' lived experiences through the mid to late 19th century, right up until the time that the Shinnecock peoples were alienated from their ancestral lands. The property is part of a much larger archaeologically sensitive landscape. So we have the Cultural Resources Overlay District, right? But then beyond that, these lands are also identified as archaeologically sensitive in the New York State Cultural Resources Information System, which covers a more widespread area throughout Shinnecock Hills, and the New York State DEC Sugarloaf Hill Shinnecock Burial Ground Critical Environmental Area. So there's various levels of management for archaeological resources.
3 minutes.
Archaeological and sacred burial sites have been identified and documented throughout this entire area, right, up until more than half a mile from the primary site that we're talking about, which we all know as Shinnecock Hills, in a vast layering or palimpsest demonstrating a deep history of occupation through hundreds of generations. And the presence of buildings and structures in these areas do not negate this sacred history, nor do they suggest that burials are no longer present in the area. Now, we will see evidence of disturbance, but that disturbance should not preclude our awareness of burials and a sacredness connected to that site at the same time. So 520 Montauk Highway is located immediately adjacent to the Sugarloaf Hill site, which is a cultural feature that is an ancestral burial site representing both life and death in a sacred location. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, prior to the construction of homes in this location, there was surface evidence of Shinnecock activity in the form of hearths, stone tools, and steatite vessel fragments. So this prompted an immediate interest in archaeology among the amateur practitioners in the region. Then in the mid-1930s, the earliest documented archaeological investigations were carried out at Sugarloaf Hill, right adjacent to 520 Montauk Highway. And these investigations were conducted by Roy Latham and Charles Goddard, who created the Long Island chapter of the New York State Archaeological Association. They sought out permission and access to Sugarloaf Hill from Grosvenor Atterbury, who owned the land that encompassed Sugarloaf Hill, so that property and the property that we're talking about today, as well as the house at 520 Montauk Highway. And these excavations were done without the knowledge or the consent of Shinnecock peoples. Between 1936 and 1937, Latham and Goddard dug numerous burials from the sacred site, unearthing a large main pit measuring 23 by 30 feet, with smaller pits off the easterly side, 41 with grave goods, 44 fused blocks of fire-making pyrites, 7 hearths, of which 5 were crematories, identified by bone in charcoal, mine deposits of red ochre, including bands around 2 grave caches, bone ash deposits from cremation that took place elsewhere, gray, slate, and lithic projectile points, 60 steatite vessels that were ritually broken, 2 clay pottery vessels that were ritually broken, and orient fishtail projectile points. Most of the materials and the features that were recorded by archaeologists are associated with a site type known as the Orient phase, which was so called by archaeologists during that time period who were concerned with building chronologies and typologies of ancient human activities. Similar burial practices and cultural materials were dug by the same archaeologists at 5 additional sites throughout Long Island between the 1930s and the 1950s. So Orient Phase sites like Sugarloaf Hill are characterized by a complex mortuary culture, with habitation sites situated along the coast and a diet heavily reliant on shellfish. When New York State archaeologist William Ritchie returned to the site in the 1950s, he further refined those chronologies through radiocarbon dating at several sites, associating the Orient Phase with a roughly 300-year period between 1043 and 763 BC. He noted that this period correlated with a cooling of the climate and drop in sea level. But it's important to note that Shinnecock use and meaning of the site was not restricted to this time period. The presence of clay pottery, as well as the secondary burial of mortuary deposits, indicates that Sugarloaf Hill was in continual use by Shinnecock people into the colonial period as a burial site of great importance. And the boundaries of Shinnecock sacred land are not constrained within contemporary property boundaries. That's something for us to keep in mind. In fact, archaeological and sacred burial sites have been and continue to be identified throughout Shinnecock Hills, as we all know, thus demonstrating a vast area of significance and cultural activity for the Shinnecock peoples. And so this is the historic significance that the Peconic Land Trust, the Neomuck Land Trust, and the Shinnecock Nation associate with 520 Montauk Highway. It is a sacred site, a site representing life and death, and a site that commemorates Shinnecock ancestors and their perseverance. And a site that, through reclamation, commemorates the present and future for Shinnecock peoples and their neighbors. So I want to reconsider the criteria by which the house meets landmark status, and think about through a different lens, right? That how each of these criteria can be a reminder of the effects of colonialism and also obscure the sacredness of the site at the same time.
All right, thank you, Dr.
Thank
McGovern.
you.
If you'd like to submit your comments in writing, and we can give them to the clerk.
Sure,
Yeah,
I'd
and
be happy
We can all
to.
have them.
And Dr. McGovern, I just have two questions.
Okay.
The property that you're speaking of, that we're speaking of today,
Mm-hmm.
you mentioned the New York State Resources Database that
Yes, the
sort of
Cultural Resources Information System.
lines up with our cultural overlay, perhaps.
Yes, it
Um,
extends further out than your Cultural Resources Overlay. Yes.
This property is included in that New York State
It
Register?
is.
Okay.
And actually, it has two sites identified on the site adjacent to it is also sort of the boundary of that is also encompassing this property as well.
Got it. Thank you. Great information. And just a question about the tools, the materials, some of the clay pottery that you mentioned.
Yep.
Approximately when were those discovered, and specifically where in connection with that with the property we're talking
So
about
those
today?
were discovered between the 1930s, and then again during excavations in the 1950s. And they were on the summit of Sugarloaf Hill, but on the eastern portion, which the eastern portion actually aligns with the property boundary for 520 Montauk Highway.
Thank you.
With some of this information, this material that was unearthed, then brought to museums in New York, is that what happens?
Yes, they're in repositories scattered throughout Long Island and New York State. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker
Thank
is
you.
Tila Troge. So we have two cards.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tila Troge. I currently serve as the president of the Neomuck Land Trust, but also as the chair of the New York State Unmarked Burial Committee, which is a committee tasked with preventing the inadvertent disturbance of unmarked burials throughout New York State. Previously, New York State was unfortunately one of 4 states that had no protections for unmarked burials, and largely because of a lot of the issues that we had with overdevelopment in this region, specifically in the Shinnecock Hills, and the inadvertent discovery of ancient burials due to both residential and commercial construction. The New York State legislature, in their great wisdom, passed a law to establish this committee and also implement provisions with real teeth. There are felony level charges that can be pressed with this law, and so it's really incumbent on local municipalities to become familiar with the conditions that are in the New York State Unmarked Burials Law. That being said, This particular site has been designated for at least 34 years by New York State as a Shinnecock burial ground. It is adjacent to the First Contact period fort. That was the main residential site of Shinnecock people at the time of First Contact. This site has been studied extensively by New York State archaeologists for just decades. It's really actually pretty insulting for a town employee to come up here and say there's no burials here. It's been designated by New York State for decades, so that should be absolutely clear. In terms of the report that was prepared by the Landmarks Commission, it was a largely whitewashed version of history. It left out the true story of a lot of the people that were featured. Osgood Welsh comes to mind. He was glorified for being very wealthy because of being a participant in the sugar industry. But what was not mentioned was the enslavement of a lot of Shinnecock people by the Southampton courts into slavery onto those sugar plantations in the Caribbean, and that being the true source of the wealth that built this house. Other residents were noted, Atterbury, their connection to colleges, medical colleges specifically, which have been determined through the new NAGPRA regulations to have in their collection the skeletal remains of indigenous people illegally. Now they are now being forced, unfortunately, because we did ask for many years for those remains to be returned. But there's a clear connection between these types of sites and the colleges, the medical colleges that the residents were associated with. Furthermore, the Landmarks Committee wanted this house preserved due to its connection with Samuel Parrish. What they failed to mention was Samuel Parrish's leading role in the dispossession of the Shinnecock Hills from the Shinnecock people through his position as being the attorney for the Long Island Railroad and the president of the Shinnecock Hills Golf Course, who personally benefited from the theft of the Shinnecock Hills and sold the Shinnecock Hills for $2,000, which he then used to start the Parrish Art Museum, which in the Landmarks Committee report is being praised as one of the reasons why this house should be landmarked. Around the time that the state, New York State, made the designation of this as a critical environmental area, the Landmarks Committee implemented a cultural resources subcommittee. Many of those same members who were appointed in the 1990s are currently listed as members of the subcommittee today. They have long since retired, are not active. That committee was not consulted with at all in any part of making the landmarks presentation. This site is of particular importance for not only the Shinnecock Nation, but regionally for tribal nations throughout the entire eastern seaboard who saw this particular site as a portal to the next world when their loved ones passed on. It is connected with complex rituals associated with paying respect in the most human way to the dead. Tribes would bring their cremated remains thousands of miles to this site for burial, and so that goes into one of the more destructive aspects of what we're being asked to do for the demolition permit, which is to dig many, many, many test pits again in this known crematory site, looking for evidence of skeletal remains or pottery shards when it's actually well known as being a site for thousands of years of crematory burials, which is where you start to see the evidence of things like red ochre and other associated char and everything like that. So if you do look at the archaeology, that's what you will see. It's very hard to pick up on ground penetrating radar, not impossible. But we do recommend that the town board has some oversight over the building and planning and landmarks department in making these determinations and potentially forcing us to dig in a crematory site that is well known by the state as being used for thousands of years by indigenous people throughout the entire region, not just Shinnecock Nation. As we seek to restore this land, finally, this parcel was visited just last week by Deb Holland, who is the first Native American woman Secretary of the Interior, whose department obviously oversees the National Historic Landmarks preservation, and she was particularly touched by this powerful spiritual element of the land. And we also do currently have restoration plans, as well as an active application, which is in the finalist stages through the America the Beautiful grant to restore the land to a maritime grassland, which is one of the most rarest forms of maritime grassland in the entire state of New York. This is one of the largest occurring areas of them. They were made very famous by the painter William Merritt Chase. If you're interested in looking at what this site looked like before these houses started to go up there. And lastly, I'll just say that the house is in a state of disrepair. It's estimated that it would cost at least $2 million to restore this. There are very little elements of the house that are original. We were told maybe some beams are original. Southampton Press just did a investigation of it, as well as a podcast that you could listen to find out more information. But when you really weigh saving a largely completely remodeled but yet gutted house that is full of black mold and rodent feces, it just seems a little bit absurd when it is, again, such a sacred cultural site for the Shinnecock Nation. We did have an open invitation for there to be some sort of plan for this to be moved in a way that didn't disturb the crematory site. And to date, we have not received any type of plan that we could review. And then also, there are serious concerns because it would only be moved shortly down the road, requiring the building of a new foundation in an area that is still designated as the Shinnecock Sugarloaf Hill Burial Critical Environmental Area. So it's quite unlikely that this house is going to be moved because there's no practical way to do it without disturbing the sensitive crematory pits that are all around where the house is actually sitting.
Thank you.
Tila.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. You all were at the Landmarks and Historic District Board. Are you pleased with the resolution that we have before us to designate it upon condition of removal off of the site? Excuse me.
Yes, and again, if the removal meets the criteria that we presented to the interested parties, in that it be moved in a way that doesn't disturb the land around it, or the site that it's going to, and that restoration efforts are also made to restore the parcel to the original maritime grassland that it is.
So we put this parcel in probably the landing zone, if I'm just assuming, I really don't know what the plan is there, in our Cultural Resources Protection Area A. We are aware of what you said earlier. So thank you for coming, Counselor, and we appreciate you working with the Landmarks and Historic Board on this issue.
Thank
Tila, do you know what the status is of any conversations between, as far as moving and details of the move or anything like that at this
Yeah,
point?
after the Landmarks meeting, we put out a written invitation to the interested party who said that they would have a plan to us right away, and just to date we have not received anything further than just a written correspondence that a plan would be coming. We just never got any response.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Tila. That was quite a lot of information that you have off the top of your head. It's very impressive.
Reverend Holly Hale Thompson.
fear not. I will not rely on the top of my head. As a preacher, you know, I can go on for hours and hours, but I would like to ask you, I have a script, and I plan to stay to that script. It is 665 words, and I'm told if I read it fast, it will be 4 minutes. So please indulge me if you would. I would appreciate that. After all, this is 384 years, starting a new year on the 12th of June, Founders Day. I preface my comments by saying, I remember when my own mother would sit and talk about the historical value of particular properties because she knew the histories relating to many parts of Southampton Township, which the Landmarks Committee members were not aware of. In particular, Shinnecock Hills sites, Uncle Irving Marshall's house on Montauk Highway in Bridgehampton, and parcels in the Riverside section of Southampton. And I make this citation just to remind the town board that there are many parts and stories about the town of which you cannot be aware because the voices of my relatives are not represented in this government. My statement begins. Please hear our words. We are not telling you to go back where you came from. Please hear our words. The time for your governments to relocate us and make us disappear from our territory is long past. It was done in the 1600s when our people were kidnapped and sold into slavery. In the 1700s when debt was created by settlers against indigenous people and our land was taken from us as payment. In the 1800s when our children were taken off to boarding schools and residential schools by various governments in cooperation with the church, to be forcibly made to stop speaking our languages and practicing and knowing our own cultures. And in the 1900s, when we were victims of what is called paper genocide, which is when Shinnecock Indians are misidentified by race on official documents such as birth certificates and marriage certificates and on the U.S. Census. And well into the 2000s, when our being Shinnecock Indians was threatened by the town and the state and other government entities. You're not real Indians, they would say. You are wards of the state. I remember when the town of Southampton zoned Shinnecock land as if they had the authority to do so. And I witnessed the federal judge begging the attorneys of Southampton town and New York State to sit down with the Shinnecock. The time for you to make us disappear, scare us away, silence us, intimidate us by saying we'll take what little land you have left if we decide to, is at an end. Our Shinnecock people have never taken the stance that the settlers and colonists should go back where they came from. We welcomed you. It was and continues to be our way, not only to welcome neighbors, but to treat them with compassion, providing food and a safe place to live. The 8 square miles of Southampton Village continues to attest to that fact. Our Shinnecock territory stretched as far east as East Hampton and as far west as Brookhaven, and we are not telling you that you don't exist or that you don't have the right to exist. Yet, there are 3,600 acres of our sacred Shinnecock Hills that remain in contention. These are the 3,600 acres that were illegally taken from our Shinnecock people in 1859. And there have been several attempts to challenge this illegal transaction, and still our Shinnecock people have not received justice in this regard. We are not in your territory, you are in our territory. This land, water, sky, to which we hold Aboriginal rights and always will, you choose to be in our territory. But the time is long past when you could wish us away or legislate us away or present treaties and forge signatures and sign us away. We are not asking you to allow us to be here. It is you and your society who are here by the sufferance of my Shinnecock people. It is also disingenuous for you to say that you appreciate and value the historical nature of the Shinnecock Sacred Hills because you have not treated it like it is a holy place with respect. You have allowed and even now promote continued disturbance of our land, even land that non-natives consider culturally sensitive. This emergency landmark discussion surrounding the portion of our sacred Shinnecock Hills, now held in the ownership and protection of Peconic Land Trust, affords this town government another opportunity to actually take a step toward justice regarding the hills that my great-grandmother Cora would often speak about to her eldest granddaughter Chi-Chi by saying, "When we get our hills back." We are connected to this land. Our DNA is in this land. Our holy place is this land. What needs in some way to come back to the stewardship of the Shinnecock people is this land. Justice deferred is justice denied. I'm hoping that the result of this meeting will be a willingness for the Southampton neighbors to look beyond money and look to justice. This is all I have to say. Tabane, which is thank you in my Shinnecock language.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can hand it in.
Kevin, is there anyone on Zoom that wishes to be heard at this public hearing?
My pleasure.
Oh, okay, thank you. So, what do y'all want to do?
So what I'd like to
Open?
do is to leave this open for written submission and for 10 days.
Close it with the. hold
Close the
it-
public hearing, leave it open
Yeah.
for written submission for 10 days.
And I mean,
Second.
as long as you have the application for the landmark, so any demolition permit is held in abeyance until there's a determination about the landmark status. So we don't have to be. I mean, there was concern there, so that concern is addressed. And advise that the chief building inspector is aware of this process, and I wish nothing will happen until the determination is made on the landmark status.
Hasn't a
Would you
determination
say that
been
again?
made?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite.
He's saying
No,
hold the
well-
demolition permit application
No,
in
we're
abeyance.
making a determination. Right?
And,
Well,
For
we're
the
making the
landmark.
determination for landmarking. It
Yeah.
really is up to the Neomuk and the Peconic whether or not this building lives or dies,
Right.
or whether it's
Well,
demoed.
yeah,
or not. So
What I'm saying is that the demolition permit that was applied for is held in abeyance while the landmarking while this hearing is being conducted and decided upon.
for 2 weeks.
Yeah,
they said
as
they
long as it takes,
support
right?
The
Yeah.
landmarking.
Hmm?
I
the
thought they were
board, right.
saying they supported the
Oh, okay.
removal of it. That's what it sounded like. Second. All right. Right, so we're closing the public hearing with 10 days for comments.
Right.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please read the notice for the fourth public hearing?
Public hearing number 4 for the adoption of an updated pattern book for the hamlet of Hampton Bays.
Hello.
Good afternoon. For the record, Janice Scherer, Town Planning and Development Administrator, and we are here to discuss the adoption or readoption of the pattern book that we've talked about in work session. Historical concepts came. You've had a couple of chances to ask them questions, review it, and determine if you want to adopt it as proposed or make any further changes. So I'm just here to listen and to take down any notes and make any edits as you see fit.
Thank you,
Thank
Janice.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First speaker is Alfred Cayola.
Good afternoon,
Hello.
Supervisor Moore, council members. My name is Alfred Cayola. I'm here today to speak a bit about the process that's moving forward and to contribute some thoughts I have about that. Could have certainly stood up here and talked for a while, but I wrote it down so I'd make sure I got everything in and didn't take too much time up because I understand there's a limit. With that, I just want to say that I'm very happy to be here today to contribute my thoughts as you consider the pattern book for the Hampton Bays downtown district, and as we all embark on a community-oriented process with yourselves, the new council members, and the fellow members of Hampton Bays and residents. It has certainly been a long road, and I look forward to working together to finally make something wonderful happen for our hamlet. Because of my family's longstanding home ownership in and connection to Hampton Bays, I'm deeply committed to seeing this hamlet become the best it can be. And for me, this project is and continues to truly be a labor of love. As many of you know, my family has been a part of Hampton Bays for almost a century, half a century rather, 45 years now. Many in the community remember and knew my father Benny and my uncle Sal, who brought life to the Hamptons through investment in community and for his incredible passion for animals through his unique Hampton Bays Zoo that so many enjoyed over the years. As I ponder about life on the East End, I can't help but recall the many years at Ponquag Beach with my family, digging for clams on the sandbar in Shinnecock Bay, watching the kids experience the blessings of growing up in such a beautiful town. For this and more, I feel a sense of responsibility to the legacy of my family who care so deeply for and who have been given so much by this magical hamlet. That's why for more than 7 years we have worked to try to make something amazing happen for our community. And when the park came to fruition, we knew our hamlet needed a vibrant, equally worthy downtown to go with it. As many of the community also know, we were able to assemble close to 60% of the property that will be impacted by this pattern book. I made this significant investment to acquire these parcels in order to help fulfill my longstanding dream that Hampton Bays, one of the gems of the Hamptons, could have a vibrant, thriving downtown while maintaining its quaint maritime charm that I and so many have come to love. We are all aware that this effort has had many stops and starts, but today is not about revisiting the past. It's about moving forward together. I particularly welcome the collaborations that's reflected in this document, which offers a fresh start and the opportunity to achieve something truly wonderful for our hamlet. Throughout the years of community discussion about revitalizing Hampton Bays, there has emerged a clear understanding that achieving the vision of the community will not only require its common collaborative efforts, but significant private investment. As a major stakeholder in downtown Hampton Bays, I have demonstrated commitment with both the resources and the time I've devoted to this project, that I am
30
willing to
seconds.
make that investment and that I am here to stay. Please know, however, that there are limits to what I will be able to do. Both the zoning that is being planned and this pattern book must permit and promote investment that makes financial sense and reflects both best practices and is informed by market conditions. Without that, we will not be able to do anything. If the town and the community want to see the level of investment that will provide the vibrant, walkable downtown we've talked about for all these years, the numbers need to add up as well. For that reason, while the pattern book should set a tone, it must also allow the flexibility and the creativity needed to allow for a great downtown. I noticed that the pattern book mentions, for instance, that the layout for future streets that lay out future streets, but they should be shown only to communicate the intention rather than specifying their exact locations and numbers and being too specific. Items such as these still need work and integration into the zoning itself, and whether they belong in the pattern book or the zoning is left to be seen as the comments come in and the planners have a look at the whole. I noticed that the pattern book, so that was about the specificity being onerous and that it should be thought through and worked out into the code in addition to the pattern book. That said, I think the draft is a great start, and I'm looking forward to hearing more and working together to give our hamlet the thriving, community-oriented downtown experience it deserves. I believe together we can work toward a wonderful future for our great hamlet that includes the creation of a pride of the Hamptons downtown experience, such as other hamlets and towns experience. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gail Lombardi.
Good afternoon, Town Board. So I've been involved in Hampton Bays way before the, not a one-hit wonder. I didn't come here for the downtown. I go back to Tiana Pines, and I'm not sure if any of this people on this board actually knew what the issue was about Tiana Pines. Adopting the pattern book as part of the comprehensive plan is the first step in changing the zoning, but it stops at a point in time in 2016. It is clear that in 2016, it's in the pattern book, and a lot has transpired since 2016, and a pattern book has not been updated for any of the listening sessions, any of the community input, any of the problems we have in our community now over those past years. The resolution on the resolution for this public hearing goes back to the annulment in 2021. A lot transpired. It's public record. It's been covered by the Southampton Press. It's been covered by the East End Beacon. I brought it to your attention. All the reports of what the community wanted. You have surveys. You have listening sessions. Here are pictures of, Jay's computer with the cute little buildings, 1- and 2-story buildings that he presented to the public in his focus groups. This is what people were expecting. So the pattern book is fabulous. The architectural review and the people were, I've never heard someone say the pictures of the cornices and the facades, I've never heard anyone say, we hate those. What people have said and have posed were the same 4 things that they posed in the listening sessions, where any buildings greater than 2.5 stories, any buildings greater than 35 feet because you're projecting 50 feet out, the use of Good Ground Park Road, access road as a through road. It's probably not even legal to do that. And in the Suffolk County Planning Commission report had concerns about your curb cuts on Montauk Highway. Montauk Highway is a main road. And the multifamily use. Those were the 4 main things buried in the detail of the pattern book. The pictures in the pattern book were widely accepted by the community. And I would love to see, in fact, I would love to see it mandatory, that the town board mandates that our downtown businesses, and you provide them the funding. Try to find grant money and funding money to make it, you have to implement this in 3 years and provide them the funding to do it. We're all looking forward. We all support the businesses. So I'm hoping that the town board will take out some very unfavorable portions, and it's not much, and move forward with the approval of the pattern book with the whole community wanting. And let's move on from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail.
John Leonard.
Good afternoon. John Leonard. I'm a resident of Hampton Bays. First thing that I want to impress upon this board is that there is great support for revitalization of Hampton Bays. Notwithstanding the very long history of the revitalization efforts and the difficulties that came with that, I think we have some real benchmarks to look at in order to determine what the Hampton Bays community really wants. And I think it begins with the community preference study of future design of the Hampton Bays Business District. It goes into the survey that was done in 2023, the results coming out in February of 2023. And I think those studies, while not scientific, I think they give you a good idea of the trends. And there are some in our community who think that there should be no development at all. And I think that that opinion, being a majority opinion, is belied by the studies before this board. The community preference study, 93.5% of respondents said that they wanted a vibrant, walkable, mixed-use community with many options for shopping and for restaurants. They also said they want high pedestrian activity. You don't get high pedestrian activity by building one-story retail spaces or two-story. I think we need to keep ourselves open to the prospects, and I think we need to look at all of these things in context. 68.62% said they want all new development should be of a traditional character, and 77.83% said there should be consistency in the architecture with variations to make it appear as the architecture evolved over time. Now, out of this study came the pattern book. And the lawsuit that was filed, which invalidated or annulled the HBDOD, did raise the issue that the pattern book did not reflect what the community wanted. And that proposition was rejected by Judge Santorelli by looking at the pattern book and the community survey. The most recent survey, the 2023 surveys, 73% of people surveyed, over 1,200 people said they want a vibrant downtown. 68% said they're dissatisfied with the current status of the Hampton Bays downtown district. 83% were aware of the efforts to improve. 81% they said they visit the area often. And 88% said the town should continue to focus on improving the downtown area. So, notwithstanding anything that you read in letters to the editor in our local papers, Hampton Bays residents want a vibrant, walkable, highly pedestrian downtown area. And I think that the pattern book is a wonderful way in which we can begin to implement what the community wants. Now, the pattern book, as I read it, it should identify preferences in the community. It seems to me that it's like the climate action plan that we just discussed in the last year. That set out ideals, goals for what we're going to do to react to climate change. It didn't set in stone every little thing that we're going to do because it has to be a living document. I believe that the pattern book is very much like that. I love its stylistic impetus. I love that it identifies styles of buildings. There being 4 styles of buildings that should be constructed with new construction. I'm not entirely sure that there should be height restrictions, numbers of stories, off-street parking. Those are all fodder for the zoning code.
30 seconds.
And I'm not sure that that belongs in this document. So I would ask that those be edited out. Not to say that we don't want a 3-story building or a 2.5-story building, but to say that we'll leave that till later. We all know that, multi-use zoning is coming down the pipeline. Developer will bring in a site plan to the planning board, and all of those issues can be dealt with there. I don't know that this document should have that. This document seems more like something that the ARB would use in order to determine exactly what the buildings can look like. I finally, to wrap up, because I know I have very little time, I just want to thank this board for taking this on. This is something that the Hampton Bays community wants. And this is the first step. And I know that there will be some who will say that this is opening the door to high density development. And I would ask that you resist that impulse. And resist any threat with regard to that impulse. This is not doing that. We're going to get there. We're going to talk about how many stories it should be. Should it be 35 feet high? Should it be 50 feet high? That's all going to be done when we discuss multi-use zoning. That's all going to be done in the planning stage. But this protects the character of the community as a small beach town that we are. And I find it very interesting that people who claim to be advocating for the Hampton Bays community are blinded to something that will protect the character of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ray D'Angelo.
Just one? There's 5 people here, Ray. Not right now, I can't.
I don't know how long I'm going to take, but like this time, the average time previously to me was 12 minutes. So I'm going to impose the 14th Amendment equal protection. I want the same amount of time if I need it. Thank you. We had a meeting at the Southampton Civic Association. I am the president of the Southampton Civic Association of Hampton Bays. I'm sorry. And we on our meeting of June the 24th, which was overflowing. I don't know how many people we had there. We came up with this. We asked them that we were going to submit a letter. They approved the letter. I'm going to read the letter to you. I just was listening to Mr. Leonard's dissertation. It sounded like science fiction. I just have to say how he knows that we want this. I am the president of the Italian American Association. I'm in the Holy Name Society. I'm very active in the Senior Center, and that's not my feeling from the people I talk to. And I've also been a resident on and off since I'm 13 years old. I'm 74 years old. All right. Regarding the comments submitted for public hearing for the adoption of an updated patent book for the Hamlet of Hampton Bays, dear town board members. The undersigned submits the following comments on behalf of the Hampton Bays Civic Association for the above referenced matter duly authorized at the membership meeting of June 24th, which was very heavily attended. The architectural patents, such as the storefronts, windows, and doors included in the draft of the patent book dated May 10th, 2024, had the input and general consensus of the community members that participated in the meetings and surveys in 2016 to 2017. However, the findings and other downtown patents noted below contained in the draft patent book are contrary to community input from the listening sessions of October 6, 2022, attended by 700 participants, and I was one of them. These listening sessions were organized by former town of Southampton supervisor Schneiderman. They were attended by the current board member, Cindy McNamara, former board member Rick Martell, and the head of planning for the town, Janice Shearer. The results of the community survey completed by 1,200 participants in February 23, and the results of the conceptual design survey released in February 2024 completed by 1,000 participants are also in conflict with several provisions of the draft patent book. I mean, you know, there was a lot of people that were at these sessions, and now that it's like whatever happened there was just being disregarded. They were very well attended, and I know what transpired at these sessions. Now it seems like, you know, we're discounting all that, and there's a new take on everything. As such, the Hampton Bays Civic Association takes exception to the following provisions in the draft patent book. Reference to multifamily houses contained in description of street type C, page 15, and other sections should be stricken from the document. The residential use should be limited to second-floor apartments over storefronts. Building heights greater than 35 feet. Building heights greater than 35 should be stricken. Any reference to building heights greater than 35 feet, including but not limited to references to 50-foot buildings contained under the building height, page 22, should be stricken from the document. The maximum allowed height should be limited to 35 feet, consistent with village business community character, provided for one-floor storefronts, potential second-floor living or commercial use, and one-half story of architectural patents. As a retired firefighter, when you get into 50-foot buildings, that equates out to 4.5 stories. Half story can be occupied. You have to then have to get new equipment to fire department. They need, 45 degrees. You need a 100-foot area. I don't think they have one. Building greater than 2.5 stories. Reference to buildings greater than 2.5 stories contained in the building heights, page 22, and other sections should be stricken from the document. Buildings should be limited to 2.5 stories, provided for one-floor storefronts and second-floor living or commercial use, and 1/2 story of potential architectural patterns. Pardon me, I read that again. Connectivity of Good Ground Park access road to the north-south vehicular roads. This is a new thing that's coming up. They want to alienate parkland. Written or illustrated references to connectivity of Good Ground Road access road to any other proposed vehicular access roads described on page 10
30 seconds.
and illustrated in Appendix C. You gave everybody else 12 minutes. I
You
want
have four
equal
and a
time.
half right now. I'm just,
All right,
just
thank
letting
you.
you know your time.
Okay, thank you. On page 10, illustrated in Appendix C. Page 101 and any other related section should be stricken from the document. The connectivity of a Good Ground Park access road to the new proposed road de facto converts the entrance to the park, the passive public park, to a commercial vehicular through road connecting Montauk Highway to Shinnecock Road. It's alienation of parkland. Good Ground Road access road is constructed on property purchased with community preservation funds. The town is required to comply with restrictions imposed under Section 140.1 and 140.6A and 104.7 of the Southampton, New York Town Code. Town Law Section 64-E9, Town Law 64-E9A, and Town Law 64E10 of Consolidated Laws of New York, and other provisions under state, county, and town law protecting parkland. Converting Good Ground Park access road to a commercial through road has the potential to create a significant safety hazard for Good Ground Park visitors, especially children, and increase hazardous traffic congestion on Squiretown Road. I taught all my grandchildren how to ride bicycles on that road, and one reason why we chose that road is there was no vehicular traffic on it. And that should be our main concern, protecting our children.
6 minutes.
The original Good Ground Park designs contained a pedestrian esplanade from Montauk Highway to Good Ground Park, which appears to be absent from the pattern book. Lack of environmental review, including traffic. By adapting the pattern book as part of the town comprehensive plan, the pattern book provides for a developer to propose high-density, multifamily buildings greater than 35 feet in downtown Hampton Bays, currently zoned for village business. There has been a clear opposition of this type of development by community members, as evidenced by the listening sessions and surveys conducted subsequently to 2016-2017. The community has voiced concern about the adverse environmental impacts from the development in downtown Hampton Bays, included but not limited to increased traffic congestion. In the morning, Montauk Highway is a parking lot all the way back to East Quogue. It's outrageous that you want to add more cars to this area and more traffic. Without an estimated build-out and an attempt to evaluate the cumulative environmental impacts prior to adoption, the town board does not have sufficient information related to the environmental impacts, which may result in further degradation of the quality of life of Hampton Bays residents. On behalf of the HB, the Hampton Bays Civic Association, I thank you in advance for your consideration in this matter. Respectfully submitted, Ray D'Angelo. I think that's it. Thank you very
Ray.
much.
Thank you.
All right, that's it for the cards. Kevin, is there anybody on Zoom who'd like to speak at the public hearing?
Yeah, there is.
Okay, bring them on. Hello.
Hello. My name is Steve Otterman. I am principal with Urban Design Associates based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. As a planning consultant to Ioma Real Estate, we welcome the opportunity to comment on the future of downtown Hampton Bays. Our firm, UVA, reviewed the pattern book for Hampton Bays Downtown District that is available online, and we recognize the tremendous effort reflected in the document and appreciate the design and character recommendations that will no doubt favorably guide future harmonious placemaking in the hamlet. Please note that we have no issues with most of the pattern book guidelines. We do have concerns, however, that in essence, the pattern book strives to enact both policy and regulation without clearly delimiting which parts are which, and that its prescriptive elements are at times contrary to the current Southampton Town Code. It is our request that the pattern book remain focused on the character elements that are subjective and most appropriate in the planning document, while the Hampton Bays floating zone, which we understand is currently being drafted, these are typically found in zoning provisions. Most of the prescriptive elements we are referring to appear in the pattern book chapter 2, downtown patterns. So we share the board's commitment to doing something good for the community. We look forward to continuing our supporting role in articulating the view from the landowner's perspective. In the meantime, we ask that hearing be held open until the town has time to consider moving the zoning elements from the pattern book to the companion footings of the document, and our team has additional time to assess the economic feasibility impacts of those changes. That is all at this time. Thank you for your consideration in this matter.
Thank you. Kevin, is there anyone else who'd like to speak tonight, today?
That's all on Zoom.
Okay. Is Linda Welsh there?
Yeah, this is her.
Okay.
Thank you for inviting us to join. My husband and I are joining obviously remotely. My name is Linda Wells. My husband is Robert Wells. We own property at 20 Cemetery Road. We are the immediate neighbors of Good Ground Park. Our property directly abuts the traffic circle at Good Ground Park. And I think we are probably some of the very most affected people with regard to redevelopment of downtown Hickory Days. Like Mr. Halsey, our family has been here since 1640. We lived on this parcel of property for 5 generations. We have been here a very long time. We've seen many changes in the communities. And the philosophy, at least for the old timers like us, has always been live and let live. We rarely, I don't think before our family has ever objected to anything any of our neighbors wanted to do. And I think for the most part, we agree with our fellow citizens, our fellow homeowners and communities that redevelopment of downtown is a good thing. And I think we agree with much of what we heard today. The architectural drawings with regard to the buildings and the facades and the materials, I don't think anyone has complained about. I think the problems that everyone sees is the contradiction, as was probably said, between the existing zoning code with regard to building height and number of stories, and whether you're going to have residences on the ground floor or not. That's really critical because, as you know, page 22 of the updated pattern book is not consistent with the existing zoning code. That issue, and it seems to be that we're talking about what the people who live in Hampton Roads do. And my husband and I did attend the 3 of the 4 listening sessions that were conducted by former Supervisor Schneider. Those were really well attended by literally hundreds of people. I know Mr. Leonard was there. I know Councilwoman McNair was there for part of them, maybe for one. Well, there were many people there. Everyone listened to each other with incredible consideration and politeness. Almost everyone, at least 100, maybe 125 people at each, felt unconstrained. I mean, they said what they wanted and what they didn't want. It wasn't a 3-minute speech in front of this board. It wasn't answering questions, which, by the way, I feel like most recent survey really never asked you. Do you want more than 2.5 stories? Do you want more than 2 stories? But people did express, almost 40% of people expressed a concern about buildings being too high. That really tall buildings are not compatible with what's in downtown Hampton Bays at the current time. That is something that really needs to be thought about and worked out. And for the people that this these visioning sessions, I would say, really were unanimous about two things. Of course, they didn't want the cemetery, and the STP in the cemetery. That's over with, and we thank you. But they also voiced concerns about high buildings facing airport. There was unanimous consent about their devotion to that park. The people of Hampton Bays love that park. They don't want anything to infringe on the enjoyment of that park. They don't want really tall buildings overlooking the park. Okay, I lost you.
We can still hear you.
Okay. So I think that has to be taken into consideration. Many of the speakers today said, take out page 22. Remove that. This is probably not an appropriate installment. But I would like for you to really look at something else that no one else has addressed yet with regard to this revised plan. Page 101, I think, which is Exhibit C, Appendix C, looks to be new. I didn't see it attached to any of the previous iterations of the updated pattern book. It happens to be a schematic of roadways into going from Montauk Highway to Goodrum. It appears in this drawing that there exists currently connections between Goodrum Park Road at the traffic circle and proposed road to be built on the property now on Mr. Paola from Montauk Highway to Goodrum Park. Those connections don't exist. It's a misrepresentation of what's there. There's nothing that connects that road to any private property. That road is only contained within Goodrum Park. It does not in any manner touch private property. I know I don't need to tell this point that that's CPAC purchase property and that the uses of anything on that property are limited to what is stated in Town Law, Sections 140 and in 64E of State Law. And that means open space, that means solely for not to be used for anything.
5 minutes.
Basically, it's natural, scenic, open space for people made. Natural, nature trails, boardwalks, bicycles paths, and peripheral parking spaces, which by the way are all located in the So I would ask, that is a whole different conversation that will have to be had by this board, maybe by the state legislature, whoever, about if anything can be built on this land and anything off the land, or anything on this land can be used to put vehicular traffic that's not related to the park on this land. But that's a conversation that really is not belong in this document. It hasn't occurred yet. And I think that this is a little bit misrepresents the current status of that property. So I would ask that Appendix C to the feasibility study, page 101, be removed. It's probably not appropriate in this document.
Thank you, Linda. Kevin, is there anyone else that is on Zoom? So what I would like to do is, based on all the comments we got, is to have another work session to go through the comments, and because there are a lot of things that are welcomed seemingly by the community, the architecture, the facades, the streetscapes, the landscaping. But there are some issues with, I think, the inclusion of these, the appendix showing the roads along the park, which, the community certainly did say they didn't want, and I think the board was inclined not to allow it, but to have it in the book might indicate that we endorse that kind of a road there. And then on page, 22, there's the heights, which I believe they were supposed to come out, but they were inadvertently left in. But I think I would like to have a discussion, have a work session, and just hold this public hearing over for the following meeting. But Janice, what is the work
I'd
session
like to
for
ask
the
Janice
11th look like?
one question before
Okay.
we.
Oh, sure.
But if you're done.
I have a comment after you're done.
The What's contained in here is, does any of this supersede zoning
No,
in Southampton Town?
it does not.
Okay, thank you.
That was it?
That's it.
Oh, sure. And just quickly, a comment. We added that exercise of that last historical concepts round of design just as a feasibility study. It wasn't meant to be.
Careful.
Oh my God. You did pay for it. We looked at it. They looked at a theoretical program to sort of say this is one way you could do it. We can take it out, reword it, but it seemed where would it go? The streetscapes were something that a lot of people did like. So in those surveys.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Janice.
Sure.
Yes.
Janice, wait.
I'd like to also state that the listening sessions were attended by Councilman Bouvier and myself, along with Councilman Martel.
Well, I do also, there were more recent sessions that we held as well.
Community engagement.
Community meetings. We did
smaller
have
ones.
a chamber meeting. We had a
Okay.
CAC meeting. We had a civic meeting with this new board
Oh, yeah, that's right, we did.
that we coordinated because we did feel as if the community wanted more input into the project. And historical concepts and Janice were there and took notes. But you have a comment, and then
Yeah, well, my comments were just two things. One was that I personally am not aware of any companion floating zone document existing or being worked on. So
The conversation at work session you all did discuss with me to create some kind of mixed use zoning that we could apply,
but we
not
haven't,
just
we
here.
haven't-
Yeah, there's not anything actually on the books, written or otherwise, but that was, I think, what they're referring to. The conversation was, and still is, it's on our to-do list downstairs to create some kind of floating mixed-use zone. So that's probably what they're talking about, but we have not done that yet
Okay.
because
Sort of
we
make
don't
sure I
know
didn't
what
miss
you.
something, 'cause-
That's what the whole point of this feasibility study was, to kind of get on people hopefully on the same page as to what do you want, like what do you want to see here. We understand what you don't want, but we're just trying to get to what we want. So that's.
And then the other
the
thing
point.
I just had, because there was a lot of discussions about the streets and the park, and I read the book, and in the book it actually says the future street layout displays the suggested number of streets with their conceptual locations and connections. These are just shown as, what an actual block would look like, how the layout would feel, and then that picture in the appendix with the streets going into the park. The only discussions we had ever had about a street connecting to the park was with removable bollards, so that in the event of an emergency or a large gathering, we could flush out the area and clear it of cars.
That's correct.
And to have extra ways to get people out instead of having to have everybody in the park and at the event funnel out one exit.
That's right.
So that was the only, and it does show in that picture, if you look, you can see the circles in the roadway where there would be bollards that would block access.
Right.
So
And
I just wanted to point that out, that we didn't, disregard what everybody said about not accessing the park. We heard them. I've heard from the neighbor across from the entrance to Good Ground Park. I understand her concerns. It was done in a way not to have a continuous way to bypass town and get out to the road. It was simply as a way for emergencies and for flushing out the area in the event of a large gathering.
That's correct. And you can see the bollards very clearly on 101.
Yes.
And that slip street was supposed to be that main area between,
behind the buildings.
If this design was advanced, this is one way to do it. There's multiple ways of doing it. And if you remember, we engaged historical concepts as a neutral third party, not the developer, not the planning department, just a neutral design team. What would you do? And this is what they came up with. We're not, and if it doesn't belong here, we'll take it out. But we put it in there because it gives some sense and overview of a design pattern that's historical in nature and has that charm and accounts for the parking, etc. So it's up to you.
As stated in the introduction.
Yes.
Well, let's schedule a work session so we can talk about any elements that might be considered zoning that should come out.
Okay. Sounds good. You can talk about the mixed use zoning too if you want to at that time.
That would be nice.
Okay.
And just to reinforce what Councilwoman McNamara was saying, word language such as suggest. I'm looking at page, I don't know this one, mine isn't numbered unfortunately, but the architectural, oh, I'm sorry, 32. The architectural rules of thumb walls. Some of the language should be, may, those words are suggesting, right, for possibly going before a board to review. This is providing a basis, right? This is a framework for redevelopment. This is in no way, and I think this is really important for the community to recognize, this is in no way proposing a specific development necessarily, but a aesthetic, a type of look and feel to what that community in the future will look like, correct?
Yes, and this is important, and I think our town attorney could agree with this. What we often, where our concern is always being accused of being arbitrary and capricious in a review board. What someone overdoing this for 20 years now, people will come and say, show me where it says that. You show me where it says that I have to make my windows look like this, and I want them like that. And it turns into an argument, and people aren't privy to those kinds of conversations, but they happen all the time.
Yeah.
And we try to have some standard that we can hold someone to and say, well, this is what we're talking about. Right. And that means it saves people time. It saves people money, because they don't have to keep guessing, what do we want?
And that's just from the perspective really of the developer who may be seeking to do something, but from the perspective of the community that wants to ensure that their community looks a certain way.
And their expectations are met.
Doesn't go beyond what is really sort of authored in what this pattern book is offering. I think this is a way to help contain really the interests of the community and ensure that it doesn't go beyond a specific type of
right. You just could get,
build.
The best building from someone who wants to save money is not necessarily the best building from the perspective of the person who has to look at it every day. So you want to get high quality design, good aesthetic, and proper scale and rhythm of windows and doors and things like that, and that's what this lays out. And I think most people don't object to that, and they understand that is what we're trying to do here. We're not trying, but the overall layout, the planning board will say, well, we want you to have cross access here,
right?
And the person will say, I don't want to do cross access there,
right?
And then then we've gotten into some legal matters where the court will say, well, show us where it says that you wanted the cross. We have to have some kind of semblance of a reasoned plan in order to get compliance toward that end.
And and that's why this is a framework.
Yeah, it's a framework. And if somebody puts their parking lot here and someone's over here, and the planning board goes, wait a minute, you need to connect so that we can connect both parking lots. And they've been doing a very good job at doing that over the years, but it becomes highly litigious these days, and people get upset and want to know where it says that and show me a picture, and I want to know. And so the pattern book helps everyone. It helps the town, it helps the citizens, and it's not just developers. There's going to be somebody that own that property, like we're hearing about.
Sure.
People
Business
who
owners.
own them.
Many business owners have said to me
and
they want a direction to go in.
And people
'cause
who
they
want to
wanna
invest,
in their
like you
buildings.
just heard from earlier.
Right.
But one of the things that
Predictability.
I heard stated today, and I think this is important for us to consider as a board, and Janice, I feel free to weigh in based on your expertise here. I don't know if I think that there needs to be some form of zoning elements, maybe not necessarily strict, but perhaps suggestive, that is guiding the build of some of these potential future sections, just because I think there needs to be a basis of decision making for the zoning board, for the planning board in the future when things come to them regarding these matters. And maybe your point or a point made by the community that there needs to be a separate document that describes those aspects as needed, but I think in some form that does need to be described.
We could easily take out the numbers here, like 35-foot max, 50-foot max, and you can argue that in the legislation if you want to, but what we're most concerned about in a pattern book is, okay, if you're going above 2 stories, you need to set that back. Or if you're doing this you need to make it so that it, the form is in proportion. It really, half the battle is one of actual proportion. And the reason why people don't like things is because they're out of
And
proportion.
there was an architect involved with this to make sure that we're meeting those
That's
design
why they did
standards.
this. Yeah. Yep. We had an architect to do all of this so that it could be understood that it's all about scale and proportion. So, some people may say a three-story building is terrible, but other people may just walk down Main Street and see there's four-story buildings, and you don't really notice the difference when you're on the street walking because the buildings are all in the same row and the height is different. So it's a matter of perspective and what you want to do. This book says, well, if you were to do anything, you have to have breaks in the articulation and you have to do things in a rhythmic way so that it makes sense to the eye.
I will just say that both sides have issues with it, so perhaps we're getting closer.
All right. So whatever, I'm happy to have a work session. Historical contract is up, so we would have to figure that out if you want them there. But otherwise, we could just talk about it.
We could just talk about it without them
without
and then
them.
make a, mark up whatever we think we should change. We could do it on the 18th if you're going to be available.
Sure.
Check your calendar.
Absolutely.
All right, so we'll tentatively say the 18th.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thank
then,
you.
So, does anybody else have any comments on the board or questions? So why don't we hold open the public hearing until the next meeting on July 23rd, and see if we're ready at that point. If not, hold it over one more.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Much appreciated. All right, Madam Clerk, would you please read the notice for the 5th public hearing?
Public hearing number 5, to consider amendments to Town Code Article 24 entitled Central Pine Barrens Overlay District to incorporate recent changes to
Amen,
update the comprehensive land use plan.
Can you just refresh our recollection? I know we did have a work session on this, and Teresa talked to us.
Sure. So the Central Pine Barrens have updated their comprehensive land use plan. And that plan guides the development within the Pine Barrens. There's two sides to the Pine Barrens. There's the compatible growth area, and there's the core. The core is pretty much off limits. That's where we issue certificates, and people get build elsewhere, and unless they get a hardship, and that's like a special exception type of thing. Sorry, I'm my string here. The compatible growth area, there have been some changes to that. In the code, and they did an updated generic environmental impact statement. And then the State Pine Barrens Act mandates that the town mimic the same changes. So our code, this section, has been the Pine Barrens section all along, and now these changes mimic their changes. So we're required by state law to do that, and we have. So basically, the biggest change to their land use plan, I would say, are some really good. I'm sorry, something caught my eye. Their changes are like they're requiring open space kind of clustering development. One thing that people may not know is that they're requiring revegetation back to the standard in their plan, which is may or may not be seen with be embraced by some people, but ultimately there's protections for lighting, for bird-friendly structures, tree clearing for the northern long-eared bat restricted in there, so they actually codified that since the bat is now an endangered species. And that's all I have. So if you have any other questions, I just have one outside and down gradient. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure something didn't say something I thought it said, but no, we're good. So if you have
we're
any-
updating our code to mirror the Pine Barrens.
Yep.
Commission
This
code.
is they had a whole process. They had a generic environmental impact statement. So you'll adopt basically findings prior to adoption of this code. We'll have that ready for you. And it will say, you accept their findings. So, because they were the lead agency. So, but every agency adopts findings prior to adoption. So that's really it. But I'm here if you have any other questions.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any cards on this one. But Kevin, is there anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak at this public hearing?
No one on Zoom.
Well, we did, as I mentioned, have a work session on this, and nobody else has any other
Nope.
questions or concerns, then I move to close the public hearing.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
And did you close? I couldn't hear the.
Yes. Motion to close.
Okay.
And
Public
then-
hearing number 6, to consider enacting seasonal parking restrictions on Mountain Laurel Lane, Tuckahoe.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Assistant Town
Okay.
Attorney Katie Garvin. This public hearing today is to consider enacting seasonal no parking regulations on Mountain Laurel Lane in Tuckahoe. While the area here is residentially zoned, Mountain Laurel Lane is in close proximity to 2 pre-existing non-conforming uses. A day camp, which received approvals from the town in 1968, and a racket club, which received approvals from the town in 1972. This proposed amendment is before you as a result of complaints from the residents on Mountain Laurel Lane about excessive parking on the street during the summer months, predominantly from people dropping off and picking up from the summer camp. While complaints have been coming in for the past few summers, I was only able to propose these parking restrictions to you now because there was some confusion as to the legal status of the road, which was created as a result of the 1996 subdivision. In connection with this subdivision, Mountain Laurel Lane, as well as surrounding open spaces and drainage areas, were dedicated and accepted by the town board in 1999. But somehow the road alone retained its own separate tax map number and reflects private ownership in the name of Frank Management. To correct this, I confirmed with the highway department that the town has always considered this road as part of the highway system and worked with attorney Tim McCulley, who represents many of the neighbors on Mountain Laurel Lane, as well as the previous owner of the road, Frank Management. We filed a replacement deed and just confirmed that the road is in the highway system, which is why I'm bringing this proposed amendment to you today.
Thank you. So if it was a private road, they could have restricted access on their own?
Yes, they could have. But like I said, in fact, when I called the highway department to confirm that this was indeed a town road, they actually thought there were already parking restrictions on the road.
Okay.
So it's always been a town road. It just has had its own tax map number. But again, when the complaints kept on coming in, I was like, this looks like it's a private road, but it's not.
All right, so my only question really is, we've gotten a lot of emails from parents, obviously, that utilize Sandy Hollow. They drop there for pickup and pick up. And I did look at the map. I actually did drive there. And the section of roadway where they're parking, there is no houses there. The houses don't start till past where the parking restriction ends. So the first 700 feet, there's no homes where we're restricting parking. My question is, because I do think it will become a safety concern to have these parents parking on Sandy Hollow to drop off their kids and pick them up. My question is, and I understand it could be a nuisance to homeowners if these parents are parking there and then driving up through the residential area and using the cul-de-sac to turn around and come back out. I know I personally wouldn't want every car that drops off at camp doing that every morning. Would it be possible to restrict parking on the south side of the road and only allow parking on the north side so that parents could then drop off, turn around in that portion of roadway where there's no homes and exit onto Sandy Hollow as a compromise? Because I don't think it's going to be a good situation when these kids are getting dropped off. That road, I mean, the traffic has just gotten way worse.
Okay. I mean,
And then
this
we
is
could-
all within
we
this
could
is all
speak to
within
the
your
day
power.
camp and ask them to please alert parents that, we're restricting it partially, and could they please then not drive up through the cul-de-sac to turn around to leave the property.
I mean, one person suggested, I think you were just saying that parking be restricted only on one side of the street and allowing parking on the side that lets out on by the day camp.
Because I could see if it's on both sides, then you can't really turn around on the road. But if you only had parking on that north side and you left that south side open, you would have the room to turn around and go out without going up through the cul-de-sac. No,
You guys will have an opportunity to speak.
So I'm just concerned about kids getting dropped off on.
Looks like our town engineer wants to contribute to the
So
discussion.
currently, the proposal is no parking on both sides?
On both sides, correct.
I remember when I was newly elected, I dealt with this issue with the neighbors, and we came to the conclusion, or I came to the conclusion, that it was either students get dropped off there, or they're going to be dropped off on Sandy Hollow Road, which is a much, much busier road. And it also is a safety situation for Mountain Laurel Lane. If there are cars and traffic dropping off on Sandy Hollow Road, it's going to block sightlines coming in and out of Mountain Laurel Lane. Is my take on it.
I mean,
the
those
other
are all-
option is
those are all issues.
I like the rustic look of the camp. You know, they've got the dirt road, and you go in there and it's kind of a different atmosphere. And I'm hoping that the family-run business can maintain that look and feel of the community and still, serve the public the way they have since 1968, 66. Yeah. And it also should be noted that the camp opened in the mid '60s, and the subdivision came in '98 or '96. So.
Yeah. Well, that again, that's what's before you. You can hear from
Right.
all of the public,
I mean,
and then
Right. There may be other reasons. Perhaps the sponsor wants to talk about something. I don't know. But.
Yeah, I think for the most part, we really, I had suggested to Councilmember Pell that we just put this on because it's been lingering, right? Like the residents are upset, the camp is upset, like, there needs to be a resolution one way or the other. So, I think we should hear from the public, and you guys can decide if you like this version or.
Could I hear from town engineering or highway?
Sure. We don't have highway, but
Okay.
we have.
I just wanted to make,
Thank you.
Tom Morton, Town Engineer. Just wanted to make one clarification on the types of restrictions that were available to us in assessing this road. So there are 3 types of restrictions beyond seasonal restrictions. We're talking about no parking, no standing, and no stopping. There are 3 very different restrictions. So no parking is the least restrictive of the restrictions. It means that you cannot park your car, shut it off, get out, and walk away. You can stop. You can stand. Standing means that you're still sitting in your vehicle while you're in that space. So it's aimed to prevent parked vehicles from accumulating on the shoulders of the roads. The only way to not get anybody to drop anybody off in that would be to go to no stopping, which means that you can't even stop your vehicle while occupied in drive on the shoulder of the road. We went with the least restrictive in the case that we would like to, or not like to, but in the event that it was not really working, we could always escalate further at a later point. But it is also an important note that this is a town road and is accessible by members of the public. So in order to prevent the accumulation of vehicles on both sides and a potential fire hazard for not letting emergency vehicles down the center, if it does end up getting kind of clogged up, that's what we were aiming to restrict.
And so you've assessed this and you've determined that it is clogging up. It is.
I have not seen it personally. I was working with Assistant Town Attorney Katie Garvin, and this is typically where we start, the no parking restriction.
So with this in place, then parents could, the day camp could send counselors there, and parents could use it like a car loop drop off, and they could drive up, drop their kids, and keep going up the cul-de-sac and come back out.
This particular restriction would allow one to drop people off, potentially, but we're trying to prevent the accumulation of cars, unattended vehicles, which tend to become a nuisance.
But from
within
what I hear
neighborhoods.
from the parents, it's 10 minutes to get out of the car, walk their kid over to camp. Which was what I'm saying is, if you don't want the parking, then
Yeah, the walking the kid over to camp would be in violation of a no stopping ordinance. But if they stayed with the vehicle, then they would not be in violation of the no stopping. No parking.
so
ordinance.
they could run it like a car loop at school and.
They are traversing a piece of town property that does separate this road from the day camp. It is a separate parcel. I don't know how that works. We would need to look at that. But one could stop, drop your kid off, and keep driving.
Tom, are there currently any restrictions on Sandy Hollow Road at this time near the camp
Not
driveway?
that I'm aware of. No, I would have to double check that.
So parents would be stopping and doing the walk-in from Sandy Hollow Road?
Yeah, Sandy Hollow
Presumably.
is a particularly wide shoulder on that side of the road,
Mhm.
but it is a county road.
Okay.
So, any other questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, we do have some members of the public that would like to speak today. Terry Devlin.
Hi. Thank you for setting up this motion for the no parking signs on Mountain Laurel Lane. I am a resident there. I live at 11 Mountain Laurel Lane. This has been, to what you were saying, yes, the camp has been in existence since 1969, and the development was built in 98, I believe, something like that. So, and I understand that. And there was never a problem when the development was built with the camp. They never parked on Mountain Laurel Lane. They used the facilities at Sandy Hollow Day Camp to drop their kids off and pick them up. And it changed. I don't know why. Maybe because they grew. They expanded their camp, which is fine. I'm not here to tell them how to manage their business, but they're cutting across. Also, it just got out of hand, and it's not just a few cars. You're talking about like 50 cars a day. They have totally destroyed our shoulders. Your town has come in 2 years ago, planted dirt, grass, and tried to revive the sides of the road. They totally destroyed it. It's gone again. It's a waste of your money and our money. They're cutting through wetlands. I mean, I have here on our deeded survey map, it's wetlands. They are cutting through wetlands, and you guys are allowing it to happen. So we're all of the residents in the town, or excuse me, in Mountain Laurel Lane, are totally for the no parking signs seasonally. I mean, personally, I would prefer 24/7 all the time, but I'll take what I can get, and I'll take the seasonal no parking. And it's not just them and their business, it's other people that come in through the town and they decide to just park their car and sit there and idle. It's not right. It's a lane. It's not a road. It's not a street. It's a lane. It's a use to get in and out of our development. And one day, somebody's going to get hurt. Some kid's going to run out through those woods, out onto the street, get hit by a car. Somebody's not going to be able to get the fire truck to go help us put out a fire. Somebody's not going to be able to get EMS out there, because somebody needs medical assistance. I totally disagree with your idea, Cindy. It should be no parking, period. That's it.
But that's what the engineer was saying, Mr. Houghton, was that if it's no parking, people can still stand. They can pull up and discharge passengers or
And
wait
cut through
for
the wetlands?
child. I'm just saying,
I know,
this
but
is
that
no
it's all
parking.
wetlands. It's all wetlands.
So
I mean, I'll be more than happy to show you the survey map. It's deeded as wetlands, and that's the way it should stay. So if they want to drop off their kid, they should pull into their camp, drop him off, turn around. He's got enough property to do his roundabout and pull out again. That's it. There should be no reason why he's using the lane, the Mountain Laurel Lane, and there's no reason why he should be cutting through wetlands. A path, by the way, that somebody created, and it wasn't us owners. Thank you.
Thank you.
The path that she's talking about, in between the town road and the day camp, there's like a strip of property that was also dedicated to the town through the subdivision. It's dedicated to the town. I have heard the allegations of wetlands there. I have spoken with Marty Shea about that because I said, should we be concerned about this? Because it does separate the road from the town property. And Marty has said he does not have an issue with foot traffic going over the slip.
And it's
Certainly,
public property.
yes, it's town-owned property. Certainly, we wouldn't want people driving over it, but it's a small strip of land that the town owns. I mean, it is wet, it is, it's, I don't know what it's deeded as open space. in the
But
town.
Marty Shea has no
Yes, I've
problem with
spoken
foot
with
traffic.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, if anybody had problems, Marty.
Kathleen Doherty.
Hi, thank you for hearing our arguments for why we do need to somehow manage what's happening on our residential road. I've been a resident of Mountain Laurel since 1996 when the complex was first built. And to my friend's argument, we never had a problem with Sandy Hollow Day Camp. And this is not about Sandy Hollow Day Camp existing. This is about a small residential cul-de-sac that is now being used as public parking for a neighboring business. And to address the idea of a parking, allowing these cars to just park on one side of the road, we are flanked by wetlands and preserve. If we were to allow these cars to just park on one side of the road, and there are a good 50 to 70 cars that are parked on both sides of the roads at any given time during drop off and pickup, and they don't just stay there for 10 minutes and they don't do a quick loop to drop their kids off. They're there. They're there for a good 20 minutes. This is like an extended period of time. And if we were to allow 70 cars just to park up one side of the road, the cars are going to hit up to at least two of the houses at the very entrance of the cul-de-sac. And that's going to be very problematic because they would hit up in front of my house, actually. So that's actually not a solution. The other, in addressing the safety aspect of this, my neighbor did have a problem getting an emergency vehicle onto the cul-de-sac. And it was during a pickup time with the Sandy Hollow Day Camp, and there were so many cars pulling in and out of our little narrow road flanked by wetlands and preserve that the emergency vehicle couldn't get onto our cul-de-sac. And her husband, who was very elderly, had just fallen, and it took the emergency vehicle some time to be able to get into our cul-de-sac to go to this woman's house. Oops. And, so there are safety issues, there are quality of life issues. Sandy Hollow Road is a dangerous road. And for any of us to be able to turn onto our road during the peak drop-off and pickup times has become increasingly difficult. And so it's, imagine your little residential road in which there's no outlet, that all the cars have to be on your road, be in front of your houses, turning up around on your road, and restricting your own access to your own road. I don't see why a residential road should be the parking lot for a neighboring business. I don't think that there's a good solution there in allowing that. I would prefer to see no parking, no standing year-round. In addition to the Sandy Hollow Day Camp, there are a lot of trucks that park at the bottom of this road. They're worker trucks. And based on the garbage that I pick up on an almost daily basis, I can pick up a good 2 or 3 bags of garbage a week at the bottom of my road. There are beer cans, vodka bottles, cigarette packs, lunch containers. It's disgusting. It's lit, and I have pictures to show this. This is preserve. This is Tuckahoe Preserve, and it's being used as a garbage dump for workers who pull onto our road, sit and idle, and eat their lunch and drink their beer and whatever else they're doing. So for multiple reasons, I think a no parking, no standing signs on our block, on our little street would be extremely helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Todd Barry and Fiona Barry from the Sandy Hollow Day Camp.
Thank you for clearing that, Dan.
Dan, you want to just give them to me? Instead of putting them back.
Thanks.
Hello, I am Fiona Barry, and this is my father, Todd Barry, and we are happy to speak on behalf of Sandy Hollow Day Camp today. Back in the 60s, when my grandparents, Bill and Bunny Hughes, started Sandy Hollow Day Camp, it was a quiet and rural area to allow children to play outside and understand the true joy of summer. As the years have gone on, the Hamptons have become a wonderfully busy and bustling area filled with a lot of things to do for kids and adults. However, Sandy Hollow has not changed very much. Our family has watched the community change around us, and we have loved it, as we feel we are a staple of the community. For a long time, we did not have neighbors directly beside us. Our neighbors moved in knowing that they would be next to a day camp. We have not expanded or changed. However, in the past few years, opinions of our drop-off and pickup have changed. Mount Laurel Lane is a public road, and our clients will utilize it for parking for minutes at a time to safely escort their children to and from the camp. All of us use this kind of parking around town all of the time in order to enjoy the daily operations of Long Island and the Hamptons. If we took away public parking in town, nobody would be able to access any of the great things the community has to offer. This goes for camp as well. We know that the traffic in the Hamptons has grown a lot, and it has become frustrating for many people. By utilizing this public space to park, we are able to avoid adding to that traffic on Sandy Hollow Road, which feeds directly to Route 27. We do have a car drop-off within our parking lot, but if we do not use the public parking on that side, it will then back up into Sandy Hollow Road. And our staff works diligently to allow all campers to get into their car and drive off without causing more traffic on that road. When there is no traffic, people tend to drive very quickly down Sandy Hollow Road, and it makes us very worried for campers crossing that road. We aren't very comfortable allowing 3-year-olds to 13-year-olds to walk across that highway, and we do not want to force them to do that. We do not want to send them down when there is a much safer route to allow children to go to and from camp. When we give tours at our camp, we always say that our mission is for kids to have a fun and safe summer, but we can't really say safe if we're asking children to cross a highway twice a day. We feel as though parking for 15 minutes at a time, 2 times a day for just 9 weeks should not really impede on daily life. We have our parents park on the side of the shoulder, and we do not see any blockage because of that, and they usually make a 3-point turn where our camp still is before hitting any of the houses. As it's been mentioned, this area is not in eyesight of a single house, and we just want to maintain our mission of safety for our campers, and we want to continue our good relations with our neighbors, and we hope we can do so while simultaneously allowing for safe entrance for our kids every day.
I have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
You said that you have not changed since you opened the camp in 1968.
No, yes.
Okay. Nothing must have changed because in 1969, 1970, and 72, people pulled in and out of there. Okay. Just because you have a developer who came in there, they knew you were there. They want to be good neighbors, and you want to be good neighbors to them. And I want everyone to get along. Okay. What happened? Why did you stop?
Why the traffic pattern change?
Why did the traffic pattern did? Did you stop letting people come in there? Where does your help park? Did you get a site plan on your property recently where you can adjust your problems, where your help and drop off can come in and out of there safely? Okay, to come across town property. Okay, the town could put a fence there. That could solve the problem right there. Not even have parking thing. Okay. You have to solve your problems, and your neighbors have to solve their problems and get along, okay? Because if the town does it, no one's going to like it, okay? And this is what I see. I had a long talk with Katie. I asked Katie what she sees, okay? I talked a little bit about with Councilman Scavone a few weeks back when this came up, okay? It's been a long problem, okay? Too long. It should have been solved a while ago. You saw the problem as a business owner, you should have solved it, okay? You don't want your neighbors to do SOS every other week and say, hey, they got that. Because if they start doing that, you're going to have more trouble, okay? We don't want that.
Okay, so before you speak, I just wanted, Bill, because I remember growing up there, and I remember them parking on Sandy Hollow Road because Sandy Hollow Road wasn't the throughway that it currently is.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Things all changed.
I remember the cars lined up down Sandy Hollow to drop off kids.
That's why I say things change, and they have to adjust for the change, and they have to solve the problem.
And I would have to say the community came in. That road came in what 1996. 1996. So it literally since that happened, this isn't a new situation.
No,
I mean. Our clients, as soon as that road was there, as far as I could tell, maybe not the first year, the second year, more and more that's what they were doing, and especially as it got so crowded on Sandy Hollow Road. I mean, that road in these years, everything changed.
Oh,
and
no one wants to go on that road.
So they found it. We never even presented it. They did it on their own, and it's been working since about 1998. So it's been used now. I want to do anything I can to make it better, make the situation better. I want to be neighborly. Some good ideas came up. I was completely unaware, and I've asked our clients, I was completely unaware that they were going all the way down to the cul-de-sac. When I see it, I usually see them making the 3-point turn.
Yeah.
And I've asked people about that, and they said they would never go that far down. That would be, ridiculous. It's a long road to get to the cul-de-sac. If it is happening, I'm unaware of it. I would do something to stop that. But if you do go down that street, when you go further down the street and you get to where the houses are, I think the road even narrows, and there's always cars parked on those streets. On the street, I guess the people who live in the houses, they are parking there with a much smaller space for emergency vehicles to have to get through. So I would say if this had to happen, then it would be, obviously it should be no parking all the way down if we're worried about the emergency vehicles, because the residents do park on their street.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they shouldn't, but
we might have to do that to be fair. Instead of doing one section, do the whole side all the way down. But I like to see
what would change then. I guess my clients would have to start going back to Sandy Hollow Road.
Yeah.
Is that safe?
Yeah.
Children?
But they would have to pull in like they used to.
They do. I would say it's funny.
If we don't use the other.
Yeah.
I would say the majority like to come through our road because we take the children. They don't never have to get out of their car.
Yeah.
It's a roundabout. All the counselors are there, and they take the children out of the car. I think pretty much, definitely more than half of them prefer to do it that way.
Yeah.
And they do. But when it gets backed up, they don't want to wait too long. They go in. They don't really congregate. They don't hang out, the parents. The way I see it is by camp opens at 9. People start showing up about 10 to 9 maybe. By 5, most of them are gone by definitely 10 after. We have flag at 9:05.
Yeah.
I don't see any parents there saluting the flag with us.
Yeah.
So, it could be a little bit off. I've watched it, especially recently since this came up. We videotaped the roads to show, because we wanted to know. I don't see anyone going past the camp down there, but it doesn't mean it's not happening,
No.
I mean, I could help by having people out there to make sure, but I want to do it if it's legal to be on. I know I can't conduct traffic out there, but I can enforce them not going down past our camp.
You said something.
I want to try to make it work. I don't want them to be inconvenienced, but I do feel like it's a serious hazard to have all these little kids walking down Sandy Hollow.
So, Bill, I did ask one of the parents that drops off there why they drop off there and why they don't go through the camp, and they were saying basically what was just said here is at drop off, when you go through and you drop off your kid and you loop back and you come out, that line backs up onto Sandy Hollow. So in order, if you're a parent, and most of these parents that drop their kids at Sandy Hollow are working class families, they're dropping their kids off, they're trying to get to work. So rather than wait on the line, if they can't wait on the line and don't have the time to wait on the line, their options are either park on Mountain Laurel, run their kid in, get back in their car and get to work, or it's park on the other side of Sandy Hollow, walk across Sandy Hollow, and drop their kid off because they can't park on Sandy Hollow because of the line of cars waiting to get in.
Is there anything you could do on your property to alleviate it? A site plan change to allow for additional drop-off areas?
Or allow for an earlier drop-off time?
Yeah, split it up.
Staggered?
We did that during COVID.
During COVID, we did it because we had more kids than usual. We only have about 100 kids. That's why, and I think most of them seem to be coming on our road. So it's hard to believe that 70 cars are on there when I know our line is much bigger than that. There's really no more space. We used to. That's why we do the drop off, because if people were parking we don't allow people to park over there. Well, no, actually they can't park further down, but we don't let them block the drop off so that we try to keep it going. Foolishly, what I tried to do last year, I tried to help because I got a call from one of the neighbors saying it's really bothering us. Could you put a fence up? And I didn't know how it would work, but they was pretty angry, and so I did. I put a fence up for a week, and our clients were getting very upset, saying, "I dropped my children off here. Now I'm dropping my grandchildren off here. And now I'm not allowed to do it." And they said, when I go to CVS, no one stops me from parking in the street and crossing over, and to using public street. So now I'm in a situation where I wanted to experiment and see if I could do something to make them happy. Well, I certainly didn't make my clients happy, and it was dangerous. And then I got a call from one of them there was one car on the street, and he was furious that this was like a week into it that there was one car there. I mean, it's hard for me to make sure not one car goes there. So I took the fence down because I felt it was dangerous. I wasn't making them happy. I wasn't making my clients happy. And I really, the safety, I felt like had to come first. Then I don't know if I ever put an email out saying they couldn't park there, but when we took the fence down, because my clients were so upset, I put an email out saying, I didn't mean to say that I could decide if you could park there. I was just trying to say, we took the fence down, you can park there. So I know they got upset about the email. I didn't mean it to sound like I wasn't encouraging it. And since then, I'm always trying to make our drop-off better so it doesn't. In fact, so I was going to say, last year, I even conducted traffic on Sandy Hollow Road to keep to keep it going quicker. Like if I stopped cars from coming, I was letting the cars out of our road. And I did it for a little while, but then they called the officials saying, I'm not allowed to do it. And I didn't really love doing it. So I didn't do it. I was really doing that to try to encourage people to come down the road. It really wasn't the smartest thing for me to do, but I was doing it on their behalf. And then I know, the neighbors got upset about that. So I don't know if it made it. I did make it better, but still, if we didn't have that drop off, on Mount Laurel, you're going to have Sandy Hollow Road pretty crowded. And I do feel like we have been a staple in the community. We've given to the community. We're in touch with the school psychologists in Southampton. Anytime someone needs help, they come in. We take them for a whole summer, And we've given out so much to the community. We love the community. We get offers all the time. They want to buy this property and put a development up. She'll kill me. We honor my in-laws who put this together with their two hands. My sister-in-law, my wife, her husband. We're very much close-knit family-run camp, and we do it more because we love it.
Well,
we love serving this community. We walk down in Southampton. People seem to love us, except on Mount Laurel Road.
Yeah. Well, thank you for coming
Thank
in
you so
today.
much.
One more quick question. How much road frontage do you actually have?
Much what?
Road frontage.
I'm sorry, I don't get it.
Road frontage on Sandy Hollow.
How much road?
Frontage.
How many feet?
Frontage. Oh, like in the front,
Yeah.
of our property? I don't even know.
Wide enough for two cars to go through simultaneously.
Yeah, like we go around, they go around the cones, they go out, and then when you get to the...
Oh, no, I mean, he thinks the length along Sandy
Yeah.
Hollow.
if it-
Oh, the length?
No,
Oh,
like
no,
if
on
you have
Sandy Hollow.
80 feet on the road or 40 feet, because you might, if you're right away, your
Yeah.
flag lot. I guess it's a flag lot. Looks like on the.
Well, I know
down
because
there.
we just put an apron on.
Yeah.
And so the apron is 8 feet wide, so that's the width of it.
Yeah, but your property going down.
Oh, the length is
No, the width of the property going down. 'Cause you might be able to make that wider.
You would have to take trees down.
That would be the one.
Yeah.
And I didn't know really the other side was wetland. I know one side is definitely wetlands.
Yeah.
Because my father-in-law
How
wasn't
wide
able
is
to
it?
buy it because it was wetlands.
Yeah.
We have what?
No, he had to. He knew how wide it was.
One speak.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
much.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much.
Timothy McCauley.
Can only imagine how much that property's worth,
Hello, Timothy.
With that, they want houses there. They've been in there for
Good afternoon, members of the board. Timothy S. McCauley of Council to Burke and Sullivan, 41 Meeting House Lane, Southampton. Wow. Let me give you a little bit of history to correct the record that was just being made. In 1968, they got a use variance for this property. Since that time, they have expanded in the ZBA decision 2 buildings, 100 kids, July and August. And now look at the property. If you pull up an aerial, there are a ton of buildings on that property.
7.
And I believe that there are more than 100 kids there, because every year it gets worse and worse.
Yeah.
And the gentleman said he put up a fence. Yeah, because myself and his attorney were talking back and forth, and he said, I'll put up a fence, and he put up a fence. And then he took it down as soon as the camp opened, period. And we have gone out of our way. Ryan Murphy has done everything possible. They had violations. They ignored them. All of us understand how important this camp is and how to the people, and nobody wants to shut the camp down. But we're not going to take the brunt of their not doing what's proper under the code. They don't have a C of O. They're walking across town wetlands, and Marty Shea is saying to me, oh, it's okay to walk across, but they're doing more than walking across. They opened it up. So I'm going to show you pictures later of what they did, but this is what they did. They cut the wetlands. And for the reason they can't accommodate their own driveway and site plan, they have too many buildings. They're not supposed to have any of those buildings up there. So it's a little annoying to listen to that when I've been trying for years to get them to come to the table so that the camp can operate and we can have a little peace and quiet on my client's subdivision. I represented the developer of that subdivision in 1996. The reason the road is so narrow and not a standard width is because it cuts through wetlands. And Marty did not want a full-size road. So we have a country lane standard road. It's very narrow. I think it's a little over like 22 or 23 feet.
Michael?
So the last thing when I came here today, the last thing I was going to bring up is how they're not operating under the code. But after hearing that, I have to address it. Now, I have pictures again, which I'm going to hand up, and the board can look at them. Tons of cars every day, morning and night here on this road. And the people go to the road, they walk across the bridge, they come back, and they go, oh, hi, Judy, how are you? How have you been? They don't jump in their car and walk away. And it's impossible, the mess that they make there. So all we're saying is this is the least step, no parking for the 700 feet, because that's their property adjoins ours for 700 feet. This is a very simple solution. Lets them operate. Otherwise, we're going to continue down the road and it's not going to be good. We have done everything we can to accommodate them because we know the parents in the community and the kids have to have some place to go. So it's up to them.
Counselor, do you have documentations that says that the strip of land between Mountain Laurel Lane and Sandy Hollow is wetlands? I'm looking at
It's on the map.
I'm looking
Yeah,
at the
do I
map.
have? Yeah, I can get you any kind of documentation.
Okay, and I'm looking, just so you know, I'm not making this up. I'm looking at our GIS service, and the wetlands are on the south side, probably the first 80 feet
But
on the
that's
south
not-
side of Mountain Laurel.
I understand that
Okay.
the overlay map shows it on the south side. But I'm telling you, this is wetlands. That's why the road is so little. It's the width of so little. Because Marty wrote a 10-page report when we were doing the subdivision and we gave in.
Thank
and
you.
I have letters from between myself and Dave Wilcox setting up the country road standards. And we went to the New York State DEC, got the permits and whatever. So, I'm not making it up. But it's town property anyway. I don't know if you want people walking across your property. That's something you'll have to deal with.
Thank you.
Basically, this is the least imposition on this camp. And if they were to do the buildings properly, they could get the turnaround in there. Because I know they could. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Am I allowed a friendly response?
No, sorry.
Stephen Fishkin?
Yeah, just
Hand it to the clerk.
give him the, something.
Good afternoon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Words matter. I hear this all the time from my son. He was a camper.
Thank you.
My daughter, who's older than him, was a camper. She's got my two grandsons. They're campers. Now, one is going to be 4 on Sunday, and I'm not telling you my age. Okay, so I've driven for years, over several decades, obviously, multiple decades, to the camp. When I first came out here, some of you, you probably know for sure, because I've heard you grew up here. I don't know about the other ladies and gentlemen. There was no light at Sandy Hollow on the highway. Now, my son was sideswiped in that intersection trying to go to the PC Richards. No more car. This was 2 years ago, 3 years ago. There's no more, there used to be no light where the 7-Eleven was. People respected what was going on. I live past Town Point on Noyak. The backup in the night traffic going home backs up past my house, all the way down. They make it's slowed because now there's a stop sign at the triangle where there was none, where I guess they just fixed up the highway because of flooding or whatever. But it still backs up. The lights are not synchronized on 27. So the one at the PC Richard, which allows traffic to continually flow towards Southampton 7-Eleven, stops traffic from making that turn to go up Sandy Hollow. In the morning, that's the only time you can get out of the camp, because you know when the last car is coming and there's a large gap, that means that the light is now red and there's nobody coming from the south. But in the afternoon, it's worse. Now, when I drop off my grandsons in the morning, I don't have much of a problem getting there. But in the evening, I don't go on to Sandy Hollow. I go past the SYS and come all the way down to the fork where you can go off east and go west, and I go further south and come back around so that I can make that turn. And hopefully there's no cars there, but there's a light there. My solution would be much simpler. Either put up a flashing light at the entrance, because you have a club next door also. I think it's a tennis club. There's a tennis club that's dropping off people. Put up a light that can be turned on for a very short period of time in the morning and in the afternoon during the time they exit and enter. And also put in pardon the expression, GD crosswalk where they would be crossing, because the problem getting out of the camp, especially at night, is that you have two-way traffic and you can't get out going in and out. Yesterday I experienced it in 2 places. My own driveway, I had to go to Southampton Masonry. That took me 10 minutes to get out of my driveway because it was backing up going east. And to get into Southampton Masonry, it was almost 20 minutes to make a left turn into that facility, because nobody gives you any room. And everybody's coming to do what? To make money here. When I came over 45 years ago, you could do things that you can't do now. Why? Because it's much more populated. And you have to be responsive to that. As far as the people coming to park on this lane next door, the most I've ever seen, and I've had to wait to pick up my grandsons in the afternoon, is I've seen maybe 5 cars. I've never seen, well, you could disagree, but you're not standing there.
Okay.
It's not. It's not.
All
Okay.
right, thank you. Thank you for
It's
your.
it's a hot day in here. There's no air conditioning. Yeah.
All right, is there anyone on Zoom, Kevin, that wishes to be heard? Okay. So,
That looks pretty good.
you wanna hold it open? What do you wanna
What's your
do?
pleasure?
I think we should hold it open.
Has anyone contacted the county for any work to be done on Sandy Hollow Road, maybe a parking area or something? Because, I mean, right now we're being tasked with the choice of students getting off on Mount Laurel Lane or Sandy Hollow. And without some significant improvements on Sandy Hollow, this is really tough to support. And
Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from, I do, but it's a tough choice. Excuse me,
You
sir.
have to send an email. Send an email.
But as far as contacting the county, I think that is
I think,
important here.
I think that's a very good move, Councilman Scaroni. Go ahead, Katie.
Yeah, no, I just was gonna find out what you want to do. I mean, this, I appreciate the testimony on both sides of this. It's, I mean, I think there's a lot of businesses in the town that are gonna tell you they want a light or they want no parking. I mean, I think you just put this under the same section as every other request you guys get for no parking because people are accessing the beach or people are using town property. I will respond again that I spoke with Marty. He has no problem with people walking across that strip. So I think Mr. McCulley's point is correct that that's probably why the road is so narrow is because there's wetlands everywhere. But in terms of people walking over the town property with wetlands, Marty did not have a problem with that.
I think I like to hold it open to contact the county and see what if they're going to do any work on Sandy Hollow. Because even if we do decide on putting no parking sign or whatever we decide, it's not going to be in effect until next season.
Do we need to keep the hearing open?
DPW,
We
by
can
the
do
way.
that separately.
Yeah.
Just like
Just
people don't
what
have
do
to
you
come
think?
back to speed.
Yeah.
Right, yeah,
What do
we
you
don't
think?
know that.
Yeah.
I think we can close it and then
Close
keep
it.
the record open for a couple of weeks.
30 days?
30
Yeah,
days.
for only 30 days for a
Yeah.
response from the county, sure.
In the meantime, we'll
Yeah.
check with the county.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that. I move to close the public hearing and leave the written comment period open for 30 days. You could send us your idea.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Oh, did you
Second.
second? All in favor?
Second.
Aye.
All right, that brings us to the public portion, and I have 2 cards. One is Gail Lombardi.
Okay, so I always get my money's worth when I come here. I'm really here to speak about a property on Squiretown Road. One, I want to submit my email though, and I'm going to probably just take a couple of seconds more than 3. Submit my comments to the email I sent on Wednesday to be part of this public hearing before.
You sent this to me.
I did, but I wanted, from what I understand, is if the way I was explained by Christine
I
Scalera.
read those emails, yes.
Okay.
I know what you're talking about.
I don't want to take up any more of
It's
your
okay.
time. I'm going to say a couple of things, and they're going to sound really offensive, and I apologize for that. But debunking some of the jibber jabber I just heard made my blood boil. There's a couple of things I need to say. First of all, we all know the comprehensive plan is not innocuous. The fact that Janice Shearer, we're putting something forth in a comprehensive plan, it is the beginning of your zoning law. I have spent way too much time understanding how local law works. And so for it to be like, oh, it's no, it's the beginning of your law. That's the foundation of your law. It's in there, you say it's 50 feet, it opens the door. I don't want to hear anything else. I am sorry. Spent way too much time there. Number 2, the fact that, as Councilwoman McNamara said, it's like the architect for the Mr. Kiola knows what it wasn't. It was clear to me. I'm from Brooklyn. I spent 30 years as an auditor. I can't see, but I could read body language and tone. He clearly has access to information that other people do not have. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just a suspicious auditor, but I've been bold-faced lied to
What
enough.
are you talking about? What makes you think that?
Because he was talking about an overlay district and how we want to see the stuff, new stuff coming in. What's the old stuff? There was never. The guy that was on Zoom.
There was an overlay district, though, right?
That's not what he was talking about. He was talking about another district, a new district, because he wants to take the zoning out of the comp plan and put it into something Janice Shearer is working on. That he sounded to me, maybe I'm wrong, and I said that up front. Potentially I'm wrong because I'm an overly suspicious person because I've spent 30 years as an auditor and I've been bold-faced lied to most of those 30 years. It sounded to me from his comments that he has access to information that Councilman McNamara did not have. That's my feeling, that's my opinion, and I think I'm still entitled to.
Janice, we did say we wanted her to draft something, but as far as we all know, and she said nothing's been put on paper yet.
And you called it
We've
mixed
been
use,
busy.
he called it something else.
What?
I watched that meeting and you called it mixed use.
Yeah.
And Supervisor Moore, as I said, you seem to be a really nice person. I can't hold a candle to you. I'm a suspicious person after 30 years being an auditor and after listening to the jibber jabber in this administration for 10 years. So I apologize. Maybe I'm just overly suspicious. So I will give you that. That's what I heard. And again, this is not going to sit well with the nice people that are here. The optic just now of a representative of the Zoning Board of Appeals leaving with Bridget Fleming, a former town council person who's now working for Mr. Kiola, with Mr. Kiola, and tomorrow you, Janet, Lisa Gorey, and Lois Clementon are going to the Alliance meeting to talk about what all this costs. What all this? What is all this? Again, I don't expect...
They didn't tell me what they wanted me to talk about. They just invited me to come and answer questions. So there is no this.
Well, read the advertisement again. It wasn't the sewer district. It was about the downtown. What the downtown is going to cost. Read their advertisement. You signed up for it. It's not the way it's being promoted. So it's on next door. Emails are sent out, and it looks the optic just now from all of that didn't sit well. I'm just telling, again, I'm still entitled to my first opinion rights.
No, of course.
That's how I feel about that. That's the second thing. As far as that road.
But I mean, I just want you to know that we accepted the invitation to go and speak to that group, just like we would with the Civic or the CAC or the beautification. I mean, there's nothing, as far as I know, behind it other than that.
I do understand.
They might
but
have their own
that
ideas.
optic just now, and that optic of him announcing that on August 14th, he's going to have a meet and greet with Mr. Kiola, the optic of town officials being part and parcel to
Oh, he
that.
said that?
Yes, does not sit with me. I'm being honest. I lay my cards out. People steal them from me after I do that, but I don't care. Okay, number one. That's like the third thing. The road, and Mr. Leonard was not correct about what Judge Santarelli said. He never opined to the pattern book. I made a tactical error because I am not an attorney. I was supposed to file a hybrid lawsuit. I did not realize that. I filed an Article 78, only an Article 78 in secret. I brought up certain things in the pattern book, which involved first floor residence and parking that Judge Santarelli ruled against. It should never have been part of that lawsuit. It should have been a hybrid. That's the only thing he applied to. So, and I believe Mr. Leonard is an attorney. That's not what he applied to. He only applied to those two things because I raised those issues incorrectly. As far as the road to Good Ground Access Road, that is, as Linda articulated, that is CPF. That is not any other road. That is CPF property. That'll have to go through a referendum. It's not any other road. And besides the fact, the evacuation argument, people evacuate, not cars. You don't like drive into the road so you can all get out of a road. You run out if there's a problem. So I think that's it. Like my blood was boiling. The reason I actually signed up to open session was these pictures my partner so lovingly took today of the property on Squiretown Road that is a, what's a sump, a recharge, thank you. So here are the pictures to the recharge. And here's the, it's one set of pictures. Okay, it's one set of pictures. It's a recharge. It's not the recharge that's behind the fire department recharge that I call it hysterical concepts. Hysterical concepts may look like a pond. This is a recharge station right on Squiretown Road. It doesn't have an address. It's just north of the pediatric center. It's addressless.
Yeah, it's right behind where Bob's was.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's a mess. The fence is broken. It's a hazard for anybody that is anywhere near there. You want to have these concerts in the park. You want to redevelop downtown. You own this. Whereas the other recharge station you don't own. That's, I think, owned by the state or the county. That is owned by the town of Southampton. It looks like I was just going to say something that got bleeped out. It's in really bad shape. I mean, it needs not only to be safe, it needs to be spruced up. It's right on Squiretown Road. It became a haven for political billboards during the season. So there's horrible pictures. He spent the time today taking them, so I hope you will look into that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
Anybody else?
Yes, Ray D'Angelo. Hampton Bay Civic Association. President.
I'm going to try to continue being calm like the previous speaker.
Done with you?
Yes.
No, I'm doing very good. Everybody's saying thank you and everything. It's all about love with me. All right. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to discuss the plight of individuals who are still living. You know, we heard about burial grounds, which I support. When I was on the CAC, I really was, I got in trouble for saying this, but I'm going to say it now again, because I just read another book about the Holocaust. The Nazis desecrated Jewish cemeteries. They wanted to eliminate any reference to these people, and that's what we're doing to these people. This is their final resting place. They should not be disturbed. And I was supported that then, and I support it now. I think they should not be disturbed at any cost. All right, this to that. Now, the other thing I have to be talking about is the parking at the senior center. It's become very pragmatic again, and it's terrible. And I've spoken about this before last year. Nothing's been done about it. It's gotten worse this year because they put in 13 spots for Tesla. And of course, you can't park there unless you're being charged. You can't even park your car there, even if it's an electric vehicle, unless it's being charged. And well, a lot of people now have told me they don't come any longer because they can't park. And don't forget, we have a lot of people in their 80s, in their 90s that are in various stages of immobility. And it's warm out, they can't walk that distance, so they don't come. And it's a wonderful program, and I thank you all for supporting it, I do. But if they can't get to it, it's worthless. So we have to, I'm really urging you somehow come up with some type of plan here to alleviate this situation.
So I just want to say, right, we did work on it last year. We thought we got it better because we got all of our code enforcement to not park there anymore. We opened up some spaces, but unfortunately what I'm understanding now is the train has become more popular and there is no parking for the train on good ground anymore, so they are going to the closest spot, which happens to be the senior center park.
Listen, I understand. I met
So
with
we've
you
got
and
to
everything.
we've got to address
The
it.
problem is now it was okay until like I'd say like the middle of April. It wasn't good, but you can manage. Now there's no spots. No, I can walk. I don't care where I park. I can walk, but I'm very concerned. We have a lot of people with the walkers. It's hot out, and it's
I've come through and I've seen it, and
Yeah.
Good Ground Road is full from one end to the
Yeah, I
other,
mean,
and
well,
they're now
this
People from the train or
this dovetails with the development. Hampton Bays has Riverhead Road. There's a big development that's finishing up. We have a lot more development in Hampton Bays. We just don't have the infrastructure to handle all this. Now,
Are
The
there still
community
people-
supermarket, they expanded. There's no parking now. When you go mail a letter, it's an adventure. I park way down the road and I walk. But people that have trouble walking, it's really been affected by this. And it's a wonderful program. It really hurts me that these people cannot take advantage of it because of the parking. I urge you, we have to do something about this. These people need it. They're legitimately, we age, and they develop various immobility problems, and that's what we're faced with.
There were people who were parking overnight. Are they still? Is that
Yeah,
still
they do.
happening?
Yeah,
Like a significant number of
the
people that
employees
come in the morning.
They come in the morning. They get there at 7:30.
Right.
They start cooking and everything. There's a lot of cars parked there already. So,
Mm-hmm.
and I understand like everybody's trying to park and they trying to do, but the problem is like these people really need these spots. I mean, I don't know if they're for all day, but they certainly need it so they from 10 to 2 or something, they can come in, have a nutritious meal. A lot of people, this is their main deal for the main meal for the day. And I have to say, I just want to, again, it's a wonderful program. I want to thank each and every one of you for supporting it, but it's no good if we can't get to it. Go ahead.
What is say if you put a time, like you can only park for 2 hours, how much do the people need to, would it be like a 3-hour slot?
Well, yeah, a 3-hour slot would be good. I mean, I'm open to any suggestions. Anybody come up with anything. I don't think that we have to have spots all day, but I mean, a lot of people get there around 10, they eat lunch. They leave about 1 o'clock. They're off, things they take, this chair yoga, they take advantage of that. That ends at 2:30. But at least, like, if they come there, they'll have the spots, available to them. And then it tails off. A lot of people leave after lunch. And again, this is like for many of these folks, this is the main meal of the day. Really. And again, we have a wonderful staff there. They take good care of the people, take good care. They cook. The cooks are wonderful. We get great meals. And I just bought a menu supervisor, so we'll have new dates.
Okay.
And
She's gonna bring me.
the other 2 dates didn't work
That's
well.
good.
We'll get you next time, mister. Okay, I promise you.
She
Okay,
said
you
she
come and
wants
have
to
lunch
I want
with
to
us.
come. I want to go with
We're
her.
trying to get meatloaf for her
Yeah. I do love meat.
and Mike. All right.
Well, I know they put in so many of those charging stations.
I just want to make a couple little comments about another thing. Is you are the commissioners of the Hampton Bays Water District. I urged you. I mean, the DEC had a meeting about the PFAS. I forget when was that meeting? Last month, and I really was upset that you had a conflict. You had a board meeting, but there was no senior management from the Hampton Bays Water District there, and you guys couldn't be there, but. The point is, I think I emailed you about it. The point is, I really would urge you that I think it would be really helpful if you had a commissioners meeting in Hampton Bays. There's a lot of people who ask me about it. We have a lot of seniors. It's hard to come over here. It really is. A lot of them, have trouble driving, and a lot of the meetings are at night, and they're out. And I think it would be very helpful. And not every month, not even every 3 months, but at least 1 or 2 a year. In Hampton Bays. I mean, it's the Hampton Bays Water District.
Completely agree with you, Ray. We increased our meetings from 2 per year to 3 per year, and we're also in discussion. I suggest that all the time. We're having AV issues as far in the Senior Citizen Center, and we want to broadcast them. So the belief is that like more people can see it on Channel 22.
It doesn't have to be everyone, but at least 1 a year, so people know what's going on. And now the water district. And one other thing, and I mean this lovingly, the March 11 work session, which was with the historical images and everything, and I was here, I watched it and everything, and I really was taken back because I'm going to give everybody was good intention, but it's very upsetting to sit here and have all these people discussing it and everything, and nobody lives in Hampton Bays. It's very troubling. I don't think you guys realize why these things never get off the ground. You got all these people that do not live in Hampton Bays making decisions for Hampton Bays. I mean, I understand Hampton Bays. I understand the traffic in the morning on Lynn Avenue, on Wakeman Road, which has no sidewalks. I understand the things we need, but I'm not here. So I want you to understand that. I know you want to have that work session. Maybe you should invite some of us here to it, and we have some input. Because it was very troubling to watch the March 11th meeting, and guys have all good intention, but not one person lived in Hampton Bays. And Let's see, do I have anything else? That's it. I want to thank you for this time and everything, and please, I really urge you to do something. Help us do something with this parking, okay? I mean, it's these people deserve it. It's a wonderful program, and it's troubling, you know? Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe if we put a limit on
I was
Can we
Can we
reserve?
though?
Can we reserve like
Tom, you
like
know,
a few
those-
spots in the front?
What I wanted to do
It's
is I
our-
wanted
it's
to
our
do this
property.
intersection and do 10 to 2 parking by permit, and then the senior services director can hand out parking passes just for that lot to the seniors that use it.
That's another.
So
that's
can we
a good idea.
can we do that?
I think we can. I mean, listen, when we
Back and
purchased,
forth on-
we used to lease that property, and then we purchased the building. We had an option on the lease to do that, and we did that. Then we purchased, along with the building itself, we purchased a portion of the property. Now, we have a kind of a joint agreement with the owner of the entire center for joint parking, cross easements and whatnot.
So if there's
So
a-
we'd have to like talk with Mr. Mora, who's the owner, just to make sure that he's okay with it. But I don't think he'd have any issue with us designating a certain spots close to the building for a limited amount of time.
Especially given that
for
it's for
seniors.
seniors.
Yeah, yeah. No, I
There's-
I don't think that would be
You
an
would have
issue
to
with
put
him
signs up,
whatsoever.
say permit them.
Yeah.
It's gotten a lot worse between the train and the new.
Yeah,
physical
and then we
fitness.
should probably look, and we can speak with Bob about that also, as well as to see if we can force no overnight parking and
Yeah.
limited, that kind of thing too. So, yeah, people should not be parking overnight, using that as the railroad lot. That's not what it's there for. So,
Maybe the whole lot should be time parking, no more than 2
yeah, right,
hours.
yeah.
So it's not on
absolutely.
lots.
The railroad
The
lot
whole
is,
lot, yeah, we'd have to work with
The
Bob
ra-
Morrow, who owns the
railroad
the
parking
property.
is unlimited, and we're also seeing that people are parking their cars who live in the community, or their gas or whatever, we're not quite sure. But extra cars seem to be parked there as well.
Well, there was an issue because code enforcement was doing their job, and they were cracking down on businesses operating in residential districts. So then the business owners decide, well, I'll just use the municipal parking and the railroad parking, and they park all their work vehicles there, and then their employees show up in the morning, they get in their personal cars, they leave their personal cars, and they take the work vehicle. So there's always a car there.
Okay. So it's not necessarily the train.
That's the train.
Although we
has
would like
been-
it to be the train.
The popularity
But
of the
train,
train
there's
has
commuter
been
going
parking.
on. Right.
If we
there's-
could get
it's a
another
couple of
train
different
spin
things.
off, that would be great.
We do a little ballet.
Do it, Tommy John.
Yes, it's your job.
All right, well, if nobody else wants to be heard, I move to close the public portion.
Do you have
Second.
anyone online?
You were too slow to go.
Sorry.
Kevin, anybody on Zoom? For public? Oh,
Okay.
no.
Who's the second?
Who's the
Me.
second? All in favor?
Aye.
We just have to get a little water for all these resolutions.
Please.
Poor Janice.
What happened to
What just happened?
She needs water.
Gonna get a glass of water,
I
and
want to go home.
That back sweat.
please stand by. Thank
Oh my
you.
God.
This is all very helpful.
Thank you.
You guys are crazy.
It's a little warm in here.
No.
We got cool for a while. Where they had that fan going.
It's still going. I just couldn't hear with the door open.
Oh.
It's pretty warm in here.
Yeah.
Why does it have to be so warm?
Hey, Tom, what's wrong with the heat air conditioning today?
There's nothing wrong.
You don't think there's anything wrong?
You want to answer on the podium?
Yeah.
Can we just
Yeah, let's move
It's
toward
an open meeting.
board resolution.
Okay, let's get
Stay with the
going then.
agenda.
We've got
Go ahead, go for it.
first resolution, TJS, let's go.
Town Board Resolution 839 of 2024, authorize an agreement with the Community Development Corporation of Long Island to provide assistance with housing programs available under the Community Housing Fund.
Second, I'm happy to co-sponsor.
What about this little typo here in the last whereas clause?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble. You have to just speak in this direction. Say that again.
There's a typo in the last whereas clause. Can we just fix that? It's a question mark instead of a apostrophe.
Okay.
All right, so as amended.
That's not it, that's Kruger's area. That's not
Okay.
Yeah.
So what, did you, someone
Right.
second
I
it?
seconded.
All right,
Yes.
all in favor?
Yeah, use the
Aye.
definition of discretionary.
Town Board Resolution 2024-840, co-sponsored by Councilmember Schiavone and Iacilli, to authorize a contract with Peak Power Long Island to coordinate and implement the town's marketing efforts for NYSERDA's Clean Energy Communities Round 3 Grant Program.
Second.
I'd like to have this table so we can have a work session. I don't feel comfortable going forward with this without having a work session. It is, yes, it is a lot of money what the town's going to get in grants, but we should all have the opportunity to look at it and talk about it. And I don't feel comfortable going forward without a work session.
Well, can we have the work session this Thursday on the 11th?
There's a
Not
timing factor here,
Yeah.
and
Well, they-
I'm hoping, if we could pass this and give the supervisor the option to sign it, and we can have a work session in the meantime.
Well, I would,
Perhaps that could
I would like
be.
to know, I'm with Bill on this, I would like to know why the contract is 3 times more than it's been in the past. I have several actual questions about this contract that I think we should have a negotiation on this from a legal standpoint on a contract. I'm not comfortable with passing the resolution today.
Well, we have
They
three
had-
different programs: community solar, electric vehicles, clean heating and cooling. And if we delay this, we could lose half of the possible grant funding from the state on this.
The
And
EV
we've done this
is-
before.
The EV is a list from NYSERDA, the community solar was supposed to be done by Jewel. So I have questions about this contract and I would like to discuss it before we pass it.
Well, how does the board
So
feel
what
about
about
it?
the 11th then?
Is
This Thursday? What? I thought we only had a couple things on for the 11th.
Can we discuss it from a legal standpoint? I have legal questions about the actual contract.
We can do that in executive.
We could do that in exec session.
Yeah. Oh, you mean? Yeah. Oh, you're talking about in
Legal questions in
executive
exec with-
session?
with our counsel.
what's the deadline? Is
Well,
Janice still
yeah,
here?
right,
'Cause I
good
know-
question. As far as like community solar, we would need to have 375 residents signed up by September 30th.
How many do we
That
currently
is
have
a
signed up?
deadline. I don't know the answer to that, Councilwoman. As far as electric vehicles, if 150 of them can be sold in the town by September 30th, that also is a deadline. And as far as the clean heating and cooling, if we can get 50 heat pumps sold, then we qualify for an $880,000 grant from the state. So I would hope that these are very good questions to
They're
delay
very good
this
questions.
program. Because we could literally be forfeiting $500,000.
They're very good questions.
Or cost us money. They knew they had this deadline. They knew they could have put this on work
This
session.
is not a new thing.
It's
I
not a new
think
thing.
Janice
No,
just
it's
found
not.
out on May 30th was the email that we got the first grant availability.
Is
Then
Janice
they-
still here? Are we
they-
able to
they
call
coulda
her
had-
up somehow? Just to, because I think if we know what the deadline
something to say?
is, and we're able to also answer some of the at least the preliminary questions, that would behoove us to make an informed decision.
All right, she'll go. Janice will call Janice. Let's move on in the meantime.
So what are we doing?
We'll just hold
We're
that
gonna hold it
open
until
until
we
Janice comes
speak
up to
to
answer some
Janice.
questions.
Okay.
Oh, she's here.
Yeah, here we go. So
We're
I guess so,
we're
yeah.
talking about the 2024-840.
Okay. I was just asking, I have a lot of questions about, I have legal questions about this contract as well. But one of the main questions we had was, can we wait until the next meeting to approve this and get our questions answered so we're comfortable voting on it?
If you want to, it's
When's
a
the
pleasure of
deadline?
board.
When's the deadline?
We were just trying to move it forward only because we know that by the end of September, the funding levels go down. So we're trying to get our campaigns approved by NYSERDA. If you want to wait, we can wait. If you want to
So
have a work session on
if you
Thursday, we
could,
can do
just-
that. We
and
can do whatever you want.
Can you give us an overview of what we need to get to NYSERDA in order to, click to set the timer on
Right, there's, and Seth,
meeting
I
the
wish
certain
he was here,
benchmarks.
cause
excuse me.
he's like, our planner, Seth, has really been great, he's like
Right.
Mike's replacement, and, he's learned so much about this program, and we have like a liaison in the state, and her name is Sarah Oral, and she's very good too, like, so a lot of this is like, I'm bumbling through right now, because I leave it to them, but there's these action-oriented campaigns where you have to do certain action items, and those get a fair amount of money. And then there's like where we do, like say we got money from these action campaigns and we put solar on town hall, those would get us money too. So we're always trying to like align all these activities with what NYSERDA will give us points and ultimately dollars for what we would probably be doing anyway, just because you're a progressive town that wants to accomplish a lot of good when it comes to, reducing carbon and your goals for
And
that.
our contracts and our subcontracts, these contracts are reviewed by our legal department, right?
Of course,
Yeah.
they always are. So, but I mean, when you look at like what, Peak Power Long Island and what they've done for us, we've been able to secure a lot of funding so far. And so we're just looking to do that in short order. So putting, that forward was the goal there. But if you want to, it's really your decision, the board. Do it whatever you want.
Well, I caution the board that if we hesitate, we're going to be put behind the 8 ball, and then, oops, we won't get the $880,000 grant because, we had a work session.
You know
on
why
this.
this contract
And I'm not
is
saying that
times
you should.
more than prior contracts?
Well, it's four different activities per campaign, so it's a lot more work. But we can, customize it. We were just trying to go for all of it, so we can get all the campaigns and underway with NYSERDA as soon as possible. Because we, again, I preface this with however you want to do it is how we'll go about it. But the thinking was, for the investment of, I think it was 46,000, you're going to get back potentially 800,000, and so that's a lot of money for a small investment. So, but if you wanted to only get back 200,000, then we could spend 15,000. You know what I mean? We're trying to get all the campaigns approved and done so that we get back the most we can get.
That's the question I have with the 46,000. Does it say exactly what it's for? Like, does it?
There was a scope of work. Did you get that?
Yeah, but it was an hourly rate. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Did it include? Does she have liability insurance? Does it?
Yes, that was.
Does it include our staff doing stuff, or does it include she doing everything out of house, or using our equipment?
Well, it's the same thing as any other
it's like,
contract. Like, so a lot of times in the contract that spells that out, but in these cases with this campaign, it doesn't require our staff, and it doesn't require, like, sometimes we have to get separate agreements for them to use, like, our GIS, for example. And and we do the mapping to save money, or like things like that, where in this case we don't have to do that. So this is all just like, almost for lack of a better term, like sweat equity, where Lynn is going to go out and get these things done, liaison with the community, go and have these meetings, schedule them. We wanted to get on people's calendars. The summer's already, it's already July 10th tomorrow. It's like, the summer.
And Janice, correct me if I'm wrong. This is about, these campaigns are educational as well.
Yes.
Right? This is about how residents might be able to get a rebate on a heat pump, or
100%. That's exactly what
benefit financially from some of these more green initiatives, energy and utility initiatives, which by the way has been a goal of the Sustainability Committee since the recent climate action plan. One of the concerns that came out of that was they wished that there was more community input. This at least helps us not necessarily, move in the direction of the entire plan, but some of the areas and pieces of that plan, like heat pumps, like EVs, where people can gain the knowledge of how they can save money on their utility bills. And in turn, right, Janice, we would be potentially getting $800,000 in grant funding to make facility upgrades that can help us save money for taxpayers on some of our energy bills.
Right. And that's always been sort of the mantra here, is like, not just do as I say, but lead the way. And so the town doing the EV charging and getting fleet changed over to electric vehicles, and potentially doing solar on our facilities or other renewable energy, and showing people that it can be done. And then, like you said, they're called campaigns, and they're meant to get onboard people, get people to be interested and excited and want to maybe get geothermal, or want to get a heat pump, or want to get solar on there, or know about CDG programs, and know that even if you didn't have a roof that you could put solar on, you could potentially be part of a community distributed generation project and still get a discount on your
Right. I
solar.
mean, that's important because people don't know that you don't even have to put solar panels on your roof to qualify to get some benefits from like the North Sea solar installation that we're doing.
Right. So the whole thing is that when you have a qualified person to help, sometimes, you just have to, we know that Peak Power Long Island is qualified to help us. We know that we need to do it. We know that we need to do it in short order, and we can get there if we just, I know it's moving a little more quickly than the board would prefer, and for that, is regrettable in that way. We don't want to make you rush into anything, but we do know it works, and we have already secured like $200,000.
But just to underscore that for a second, the reason why we are in the position that we're in right here and now is because we were just noted by NYSERDA, right, as being
that they were going to change the funding levels at the end of September.
When did that information come out?
I don't know. I couldn't say.
But we found out we were a 3-star. That was May 30th.
Yeah, we just got our, we are designated. We're top tier. We have the points. We have the wherewithal. We're the leader of Long Island. We just want to keep going with that momentum.
Right.
You know what I mean? We don't want to put the brakes on it, but at the same time, I think it's a minimal investment for a lot of potential, but of course it's not guaranteed. But they pretty much are saying they like what we're doing. They like how we're putting it forward.
My biggest issue was it's three times more than what we paid in the past.
Mm-hmm.
It's an hourly rate more than we pay a lot of our subcontractors, and I don't know who's keeping track of hours. I don't know. Usually we get a breakdown of when we did the pattern book, right? It was like this deliverable for X amount of dollars.
Oh yeah,
and they use their own staff. They use their own stuff. This is using a lot of our CRC department, which we need to utilize for different things. It's how is that all coordinated? It's who's keeping track of hours.
Well, I don't want to speak for Tom Houghton, but of course, when it goes through my office, we keep all of that. Every single time there's a deliverable or an invoice given to us, we ensure that the things that were in the scope are completed, and we sign off, and then we draw down off a PO. So if somebody said, I'm going to do this meeting, and the meeting got canceled and they gave us an invoice, we would be like, you didn't do the meeting, we're not paying the invoice. So, but that wouldn't happen here. I don't think, it would just be, you don't get paid till you do the work. Usually you have a PO approved, you get an approved contract, you get an approved purchase order, and then you draw down off that as in increments as it moves forward.
Have we done this? Have we engaged in this program before?
Yes.
Or is this a completely new? But this is a different
in
one.
2016.
It's all climate smart communities, but they changed the programs, and we had to recertify and redo all the points and redo
Hence
everything.
the difference in the
If
numbers.
I can, Mike,
Yes. Well,
Councilman Uselli, answer your question. In 2016, we contracted with this company, for $26,750 and increased it twice to $46,000. So this is not new, or this company isn't new working with the town of Southampton on some of these very initiatives, slightly different, but we have done this before.
And in 2021 it was $15,000, and in 2022 it was $15,000. So.
But it was for one.
Okay.
One campaign, and now it's 4, right? So it's a little, it's.
But we did when we did this in we did EVs, we did heat pumps, and it was EVs and heat pumps. We did 2 campaigns.
Okay.
Now we have solar.
Okay,
now
so
now it says 4 to
each.
6,
which is good.
Yeah, I think they were 15 each, but I could be wrong. But I'm kind of sure.
I think I've received a lot of questions from folks about how they could benefit from solar. I know that in Brookhaven Town, they used to have a program where they would provide some economic benefit directly to the resident. I don't think they do it anymore, but I could be mistaken. But this is a good way to sort of start moving in that direction. We can't obviously financially provide a benefit, or maybe we could in the future. At least this gives us sort of the ability to go down that path.
Service
It's
to our
just
constituents and
much
the
more-
opportunity for a huge grant.
Yeah.
I mean, I that's why
I just
would
wish
like
we'd
to
had a
vote
work
on this
session and we
get it
had
done.
all of our questions.
We
in.
can still have a work session even if you
Mhm.
approve this. I mean, we can go through the scope of work that we're gonna hand into NYSERDA and make sure it's what you want. I mean, that's something.
And then
we
could
as a
the
compromise,
resolution be amended if somebody has a concern about
can
that
always
scope of work?
amend anything
It's an
you want.
hourly, it's an hourly rate.
Right, it's an up to
So,
contract, so.
I think that's
I'm saying that things take time. So a
Mhm.
contract takes time and the campaigns to be approved takes time. You can approve at least this now because you want to get that underway, and we can still have another work session, bring Peak Power in here, go through the scope of work, understand how many meetings and what's going on, make sure, maybe you could even schedule it so that you can attend, or somebody can go and see how this is,
Yeah, we
and
will, yeah.
lend your support to it. I think that would be a nice compromise, so everyone
we have a
feels
motion
comfortable.
and a second.
Let's
I'd
do
like to
that.
vote.
Let's
Yeah.
do a work session. and
Supervisor.
You
we
wanna
can
do the
always
work-
change the, no, let's vote on it, and then we can always, as you said, drill
Yeah.
down on some.
And we can
specifics.
schedule the work session, right before we're about to submit all these campaigns to NYSERDA. How about that?
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you, Janice.
Thank you, Janice.
Janice.
Sorry for taking you back in here.
You pulled
I was
it.
just talking to my-
You pulled it out of the fire.
No problem. Thank you very much.
All right. Should we have to vote?
So who seconded?
I seconded it.
All right, so, all in favor?
Aye.
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 And we'll put it on for a work session.
Yes.
Very good.
Whenever you think it's best, Janice. Okay,
And we have AC.
yeah, let's see.
It's on, Sheila.
Okay, let's see. Oh, so this one, I thought we should table.
No, Janice. Sorry.
Yeah,
No,
maybe
at
she
least
said.
for this one. We were doing this regardless anyway, right? The
This-
sanitary system.
Bridgehampton.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
I-
yes, yes.
Resolution
It
is
does. It makes no
to-
difference. It would be anyway. Either
But
way.
it makes a difference to me only because we're giving the grant award to this company to create a design for a septic system for a project that we may no longer be doing, and the new project may not be anything like this. So, I mean,
The sanitary system design that we're doing is for the load, regardless of the use, which one way or the other will be the same, right? So if you have a community center plus 16 units as potentially proposed, that's one sanitary load that's being designed and looked at for that design. If you then said, well, wait a minute, there may be some synergy with next door and maybe we'll do something different, that same load will be, it's not going to change. The sanitary system
Janice,
is
in
going
the
to stay
second,
that sanitary system, regardless of what your use is, how you synergize with the adjacent property.
so in the second whereas it references 16 residential units.
Do you want me to
I mean,
change that to
we-
say a different?
Well, we could probably
Or-
do it right here, or
Yeah.
just like strike it or something like
Yeah.
that, and it won't make a
Because in other
difference.
words, say
We don't wanna get locked
instead
into
of the community center, you can synergize with next door and then replace that use with more units. Those units will be the same flow as that community center.
but isn't it true that if we buy a piece of property, for example, for community housing, the town owns it, but then maybe some instances we give it to a developer, the developer pays to develop the property, and they would put in the septic.
No,
They would do the
We have
design.
We have a design. We have a.
You already have the money
Money for
aside
it.
from
We
the
have
last
grant
I know,
administration.
but why would we pay it if the developer might
because
be
they
paying
would
for
get
it?
it too if it's affordable housing.
Yeah.
They would
They
put
would
in
ask
for the
for a
same thing
grant
that
for
we're
the same
doing.
thing.
If it's for affordable housing, they would put in for the same grant that we already have in place to do this.
Yes.
This is a CPF water quality.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got water quality funds to design it either way. So you're not losing anything by designing something.
I mean, I think we should just remove 16 and just leave as residential units.
Sure.
Because we don't want to get locked into 16
Yeah.
because it may change.
You still have to rezone and do all different things if you
I
want it that way. So that I'm just saying, whatever the
That's what
community
I'm saying.
center.
It seems premature to give him this money to do the design
We're
when we
not-
don't even know what we're doing.
No,
Okay.
the design you'll back into a number based on what can fit there. in the sanitary load.
We can't do the numbers of units
So we
until we
need
know how
this
much.
in
You
order
need this to
to
know how many
design.
you can design it for. If
Ah.
you don't do this, you don't know what you're doing.
I knew that.
You can't just walk in there and be like, "Hi, I'm doing,
You
know,
can't
20."
even pass it off to a developer because you're not telling them how much they can put there.
Right,
Yeah,
you
but that's
want to
not,
back
it doesn't
into it.
say that we're asking him to give us information on how actually large a system he can design. I mean, what is the scope of what he's supposed to do?
No,
Right
he
now,
knows.
this says that he's supposed to design a system for 16 units.
How do you want it to be
With a
put?
community center.
Yeah, with a community center. And so we know
We won't
that.
know what the usage for the community
load
center
of
is
the
either.
community
So could we
center
be vague about the
put-
number?
We can take the 16 out.
Okay.
The resolve clause isn't that specific. There is a whereas where it mentions the 16
Let's
units.
take
but the
16
resolve
out.
clause doesn't.
Yeah, you could do that. I'm just saying that the load of the community center is X. Let's just say 6,000 gallons a day or something. I'm just making this up. Let's say it's 3,000 gallons a day. Whether that's a community center or 10 more units matters not when you're talking about sanitary. It just is, it's going to be that load.
The largest load for the property.
Yeah, and that's what you're designing.
That's what they're going for.
What we're saying to him is you're designing a sanitary system for use of a town-owned facility. As just, so what, it just seems like we're putting the cart before the horse here. We don't even know what we're doing with the property. And now you're saying, well, we need to do this in order to know how many units we can put on there, but I don't feel like that's what he was tasked with doing.
I thought that this is part, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe this is part of ensuring that if this were to be in a different type of feature, a different type of arrangement, that we would be able to accommodate additional capacity. Okay.
So you're saying that a community center as it exists now is the equivalent of how many housing
We
units?
don't know yet. I'm not sure. I couldn't do that calculation.
So what's the contract with him going to say?
He's
on
going
the
to
size of the
design the
property
system, and
how
we're going to
much-
back
Based
out of
on what? We're going to design
size
it.
based on the size of the property and the flow that we're allocating for the. It's okay. We're going to have potentially 16 units plus a community center. If there's some synergy with the next door property that has a community center, and you want to repurpose our community center into more units, you'll just use the flow that was allocated for the community center that he's designing.
But is that to say that if you're going to put, what if there could be more units?
I didn't think you wanted any more. Like, I thought you were trying
I
to
don't
keep
even know
this
how many we're
less.
talking about. That's the
16
thing.
plus
Nobody-
whatever the community center flow translates into. But it doesn't matter for the sanitary. The sanitary system doesn't know if it's a community center or if it's 10 more units.
No,
Janice?
but is the
Just the
community
right
center
size.
the equivalent of 10 units, 20 units? What if it's
I don't know that off the
what if
top
it's
of
the
my head.
equivalent of 10 units, but we could actually add another 20 but he didn't design it for that because we didn't ask him to.
If you want to just change this whole thing and wait and have a different proposal, I could do that too. I thought you wanted
Janice,
to
before we do that,
design
is it fair to say that this is going to tell us the parameters of the flow to determine what could be used on the property, the units, community center, or combinations thereof?
Yes.
If it said that, that would be great.
Right.
Unfortunately, it doesn't say
Right.
that.
So that's what I was saying, like take the 16
Take 16 out.
completely and just say we're
How
we're gonna-
about, can
We
I
can
see
change
that?
it on
I
the
don't know
floor.
why people are,
I could fix
It's
it
like-
however you want it to say.
I think we just need to take the 16 out.
Let's just say this.
You don't feel comfortable
Town.
no,
This
I
one
just
I
feel
can
like
table.
they're,
Because we
modeling,
haven't, because here's the thing, we haven't said we're not doing a senior community center there, so.
That's right, but if we don't, because it sounds like there's talk about not, why
But
are we going to
that's
pay
why
this guy to do
But
something?
that's why I think we need to remove the 16.
How about this? It says right now, whereas the town board has been considering a capital project to reconstruct a new senior center and then just add or affordable housing to replace the existing town facility at 585 Bridgehampton Sag Harbor Turnpike and
or.
Well,
or just say and/or.
Yeah.
Reconstruct a new senior center and/or affordable housing. As the site is almost 3 acres in size, we could just take this whole clause out. Just take the second whereas out. The third one, the concept plan showed buildings can be designed, that's fine. Town board held a public hearing and is now looking to revisit this concept by first addressing the sanitary capacity of the property
That's
and
right there.
obtaining a
Okay.
design that will meet Suffolk County Health Department requirements. So that's
I think
kind of
sanitary
says that.
capacity
All
of
right,
the property
I'm
takes
okay
that.
with that.
Okay,
With the
so then we
changes.
just take the second clause out and leave the first one to say and or affordable housing, and that kind of covers it. And then
Make a
his
vote as
proposal
amended.
will first address the sanitary capacity of the property and attaining a design that will meet Suffolk County Health Department requirements. That's what we're tasking him to do.
Yep.
Does that sound good?
That's good.
All right, great.
Say it again.
No.
Make sure Kim has it, or
It's weird, though, that funding was approved in 2023, but the proposal was received in 2024. That's odd. Are those dates correct? Or?
We had him revise the proposal because we told him that it may be different. Like we might change the design to
Oh.
be. That's why.
Okay. All right,
Can I
so
get added to that, please? Sunday, since you made all those changes?
We'll make the changes.
do you know
Or
if the
can I be
changes?
added as a co-sponsor?
Can you add to the,
Housing after senior center.
Yes.
The first whereas,
Yep.
and the second whereas is deleted altogether.
Correct.
Everything else stays the same.
Yes.
okay.
So
Thank you.
I move
We're on
to
resolution number
amend,
2.
I move to amend Town Board Resolution 2024-841, as we just discussed.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, and then
Same second, same
I'd like
vote.
to be added as a co-sponsor,
To-
please, Sunday.
Myself too.
and then
I said me too.
I move to approve the resolution as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 20, thank you, Janice.
Thank you, Janice.
2024 dash, I feel much more comfortable with it now. Okay. All right. 2024-842 to authorize the supervisor to sign DPP with Toshiba America Business Solutions, Inc. for copy machines from Eastern Suffolk BOCES contract.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-843 to authorize the purchase of 3 Ford Mavericks from Nielsen Ford of Morristown, Inc.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-844, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, to authorize the supervisor to execute any and all documents with Quan Software Engineering, Inc., doing business as Veripic, Inc., to renew the license maintenance agreement for Veripic software
Second.
for the police department. All in favor?
Aye. Town Board Resolution 845 of 2024, authorize the supervisor to execute any and all contracts with Printer Logic Incorporated for online searchable repository.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Town Board Resolution 846 of 2024, authorize the supervisor to renew the town maintenance agreement with Printer Logic Incorporated for digital document management software.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 847 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, authorize the supervisor to sign a contract with H2M Architects, Engineers, Land Surveying, and Landscape Architecture, DPC, to provide in professional engineering services for the Hampton Bays Water District wellhead treatment for PFAS treatment at plant number 3.
Should be a professional.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-848, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, to authorize the supervisor to sign a subscription agreement with Power DMS, Inc. for Planet Police for the time and attendance at the town's police department.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-849, to award and authorize the supervisor to sign a contract with Arcadis of New York, Inc. for municipal sewer engineering services for Phase 1, 30% design of the Riverside Sewer Improvement Project, Hamlet of Riverside.
Second, and I'd like to co-sponsor.
Myself
Me as
too,
well,
please.
Me as well.
The whole board.
All in favor?
Aye.
You're all on the resolution.
We just did it.
Yeah, they all
Aye.
849.
want to co-sponsor.
Yes.
849. Town Board Resolution 2024-850, co-sponsored by the entire board, to award and authorize the supervisor to sign a contract with Watrell Brothers, Inc. for the Bel Air Cove asbestos abatement and demolition.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And
So happy.
also, I'd like to get a start date on this.
We just got the bid, so
I
we're
know.
just awarding
When
this.
we when we award it, X what the start date is.
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll
Okay.
find that out. We'll keep the pressure on.
Yes.
Town Board Resolution 2024-851, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, to recall and amend Resolution 2024-666,
Ooh.
authorize supervisor to
That's
sign
a
a
read for this.
contract with D&B Engineering and Architects PC to address the New York State DEC additional requirements of the Brownfield Cleanup Program remedial site investigation for the Damascus landfill.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
2024-852. It's co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone. Recall and amend Town Board Resolution 2023-1215, authorize supervisor to sign any and all agreements for award for Community Preservation Fund, 20% quality water improvement project, aqua restore, and non-point source abatement and control projects.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 853 of 2024, resolution authorizing the Parks Director to enter into an interim agreement for mobile concessions pursuant to Town Code 111-7B2 for 2024 season at Hot Dog Beach.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-854 to amend the 2024 adopted budget for building and zoning part-time electrical inspector.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-855 to amend the 2024 adopted budget for Sun TV 20 consultant.
Second.
On the motion? I just want to, usually when we did these resolutions, just for the public, for transparency purposes, we used to, anytime somebody resigned or retired and we brought them back as either a consultant or in a temporary role, we would do an agreement and it would name them and it would say specifically what they were being retained for and an amount not to exceed. Like we did it for Len Marchese, for FIMP, and for a few other things. This is for Connie. Likewise, I don't know when we changed how we do these, but it was done the same way through a budget transfer at our last meeting for Frank Zapone, who is still here. I didn't even know Frank was staying until I read in the paper that he's staying through the end of the year to help you with the budget process. So I just, for
As
the public,
needed.
for
As needed.
transparency, it just usually we spelled out in a resolution like this one, like we were saying, this was for Connie as an as-needed basis and exceed an amount not to exceed. We did the same thing for Len and for other people who have retired that we've retained.
So what's the time date on this? I'm not going to approve it unless there's a time date. if you want
It's
my
till the
support.
end of the, I'm guessing it's for the 2024 budget, so it's.
That's the point.
This is $2,500, and
No.
this is obviously for new people who come in if they have questions or
Yes.
we could bring her in and
Like we
and
did
pay
with
her.
Sandra.
Yeah, and I'll say I have no issue with this. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that instead of doing them as a budget transfer like this, like we did with this one for Connie and the one last meeting for Frank, I think it should just be done in a way where it states who we're retaining and why, a scope of work kind of, and an amount not to exceed. which is what
And
we
this
did.
is a consultant, general consultant for Sun and CTV.
It could be nothing.
And very often it's difficult to clearly ascertain what you actually need them for. And if you want to try to write down specific things for the $2,500 that we would ask her to do.
Councilman, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that in this instance for the $2,500, I would have liked for it to have said that we were retaining her in case there's questions or if she's needed. It's not even a, we might not even use this. I have no issues with this. All I'm saying is I would like for the name to be on there so we know
Who the
who
consultant
the
is.
money's being used for. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And we usually do.
We usually did. We always did. Like when we kept somebody after retirement or after, so that, and also so that not even just the public, but our own staff knows that, hey, this person's still here if we need them. Like it's just a transparency thing. That's all I'm saying.
So we could add it.
It doesn't, it's, I've now said it on the record that it's for Connie, so everyone knows. And it is
I'd
what
like
it
to be
is.
added as a co-sponsor, please. I'm the liaison.
I have no issues with
Gotcha.
this. It's very good practice to have somebody on call if you need them when they
Yeah,
leave.
just a segue. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Town Board Resolution 2024-856 to amend the 2024 adopted budget for senior services minibus driver.
Second, and Madam Clerk, may I co-sponsor?
Could you add me as well, Sunday?
Myself too.
I do support minibus drivers, but I'm going to stay off of this one. Just,
So,
I have seen the
but I'm happy that we found.
We could do
'cause there's
some
a-
of this in the draft review as well. Who was the second?
Unfortunately, we
I
didn't
will.
have
Michael
the
was.
draft review this time.
You got an extra day off
Okay.
instead. Pay for
Right.
it now.
Just keep in mind for the future.
Town Board Resolution
We didn't vote.
2024
We didn't vote.
We didn't vote?
No.
Oh, we did.
No.
I
Oh,
thought you
all
voted.
right.
Wait for you.
Did someone second it?
I did.
Second.
Michael did.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Town Board Resolution 2024-857 to amend the 2024 amended budget for the Youth Bureau.
Second, and co-sponsor? Sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-858 to accept the resignation of Craig Catalanato from the Planning Board.
Second. Very
All
sadly.
in favor?
Aye.
I was very disappointed to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
thank
thank
you,
Craig for his service to the
Thank him
planning
for the
board.
3 years that he spent on the board.
Mhm.
Glad to have him.
Craig was an effective board member.
Yep,
Thank you.
he was. Town Board Resolution 2024-859 to appoint Thacker George Butu to the Planning Board.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-860 to authorize the town to reimburse New York Municipal Insurance Reciprocal NYMER the deductible for bodily injury and property damage claims.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-861, co-sponsored by the entire board, a local law authorizing the temporary alienation and discontinuance of Dozier Park Community Preservation Fund parkland in furtherance of an exchange swap of 137 Pond Lane, Southampton, to be used as additional parklands within the town of Southampton.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. This will most likely be Proposition 3 on the ballot
And
in
thank
November.
you, Dan and Jackie, for getting it
Yes,
all
thank you.
squared away.
Mhm.
Town Board Resolution 2024-862, co-sponsored by the entire board. A resolution directing submission of ballot proposition and abstract, together with Spanish translation, to the Suffolk County Board of Elections as it relates to authorizing the temporary alienation and discontinuance of Community Preservation Fund parkland in an exchange swap of 137 Pond Lane, Village of Southampton, to be used as additional parklands within the town of Southampton.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Town Board Resolution 863 of 2024, resolution of adoption enacting Chapter 316A, abandoned vessels, which creates procedures for the handling of abandoned vessels.
Sean wants to talk about
Will
this.
somebody second it?
Second it, someone
I'll
wants?
second it.
All right,
Okay.
discussion, thank you.
So I was not here for the initial public hearing on this one. I had drafted this section well over a year ago. And we had held it because at the time we had one of these situations with a houseboat, and we wanted to see how it kind of shook out before we passed something. My apologies, there's definitely a miscommunication. There's a disagreement on the board, but I don't think it's an actual substantive disagreement. There are timelines specified in this legislation regarding two different scenarios, an unsecured vessel and a secured vessel. So an unsecured vessel, something floating around, obviously. A secured vessel is a public facility where someone has tied up without authorization.
What about something beached?
That's an unsecured.
Abandoned.
That would be an
Abandoned.
there we go.
And also, a secure vessel is
It's a
anchored.
good question.
So, yes, so we have these two different scenarios, and we have timelines outlined in this piece of legislation. And the hang-up was there's this 10-day time frame, and it's not impounding within 10 days. Impounding is a police function. So we do not have a time specified for impounding a vessel. The Bay Constables do that in their discretion as law enforcement officers. This 10-day time frame is to declare it abandoned. So the unsecured vessel we're treating as abandoned immediately. It's a public safety hazard. We've taken it. We've moved it somewhere. It's abandoned. The one that is secured,
we're leaving a 10-day time frame because the state requires it. Section 254 of New York Personal Property Law requires a 10-day period for lost and abandoned property before a government can do anything with it.
Well, do anything or sell it?
To sell it at public
Sell
auction,
Okay.
specifically.
So we could impact.
We could move
We
it.
could move it, remove it to a different location if we wanted to, but we just couldn't.
Right, a constable could impound it right now. They pull up, they see it at a town marina, it's impounded, they slap a sticker on it, it's impounded.
This is only in town marinas, so it's not private
Only
docks.
public
They're
marinas,
public
correct.
trustees or town.
Trustee or town.
That's why it should be 48 hours, that they have 10 days to do whatever they want.
They can do it immediately.
Well, so they have that ability, that
Yeah,
discretion
But the trouble is
as an officer.
that the Bay Constables won't make that decision unless they're forced to.
Well, it's their job. It's
I've seen it. They have to be forced to do it.
We don't want to force them
and what
to
I'm
do
specifying
something.
is that's not what this is about. This is about declaring it an abandoned vessel.
Yeah.
So that 10-day time frame declares it abandoned. So it leads into another time frame. So we have a 30-day redemption period built in. The one that is unsecured floating around, we have taken that into custody, presumably. That 30 days is ticking. So that 10-day period the state requires is covered by that 30-day redemption period. The one that is secured at a town facility, we're holding for 10 days, then noticing the 30-day redemption period. Any way you cut it, day 40, we can have a public auction and get rid of this thing. Because it is a problem to the taxpayer, we don't want people funding abandoned vessels at town facilities.
But if you impound it in 48 hours and wait for 10 days, then you can charge them.
Correct. They're paying impound fees the whole time.
Yeah, but if you don't impound them, then they can stay there for 10 days for free and move at 9 days, move to another town.
Right, but this legislation is not addressing impounding itself. That's a police power and police function.
Well, maybe you should add that to that.
They get ticketed after 2 hours.
So we don't want to tell the police officer, so this is a police power. There are cases, there's a 1970s case where Town of Islip did this by town resolution and impounded a vessel, and they were overturned. It is a police function. So our police department has the ability to impound. They are the ones to make that determination.
How about Bay Constables?
They are our
Yeah,
law enforcement. They're
Do
designated.
we need to put signs up like at the town and trustee docks to say no trespassing, violators will be
I think that
towed?
would be helpful for
Yes.
sure. I'm not sure we're obligated to, but it certainly would help. One of the common criticisms when people come in as defendants in justice court is, well, there's no sign that says this, and I have no idea what the law is. So that's certainly something we can do on our own properties, and I would encourage that. It's a cheap thing. It educates the public.
Saying tie up limit 2 hours.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Or you're going to be impounded.
But so I
No, 2
think
hours you get a ticket.
I think there was initially a miscommunication here. So I would encourage the board to adopt this legislation. This typically does happen where a vessel is abandoned anywhere between 1 and 5 times a season. I've had it every single season I'm here at the town. We've had at least 2 of these.
Sean, what part of New York State Section 254 of CLS? What part?
Sub
Yeah.
3.
Section 3?
Yes.
And that says the 10.
That's for lost and abandoned property.
Where does it require the 10 days again? What part of that?
That is
I know that I thought you had showed me before.
sub 3. If at the end of 10 days after expiration of period specified in subdivision. So these are the rules for all lost and abandoned property, not necessarily vessels.
No, I know. Where does it say 10 days though?
Right in the first line there.
I'm sorry, which section?
So 254 sub 3. The first sentence is if at the end of 10 days.
I'm not seeing that.
Here, I'll.
Maybe
I think you're looking at a different.
I don't think you gave me the right one. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is good. Thank you.
So that's why that time frame was specified. We want to make this a quick procedure. We have nothing on the books currently. So we have to rely on maritime law and
maritime
New
law
York
is
State
even more
navigation law.
extensive, right? Maritime law gives more.
It's very convoluted.
Haven't slept?
Haven't slept in a while. Basically,
Well, congratulations and welcome back, by the way.
Thank you. Yes, we welcome the baby boy. So sleep is not high on the priority scale right now, but rereading this kind of triggered what I had put into this when we drafted it. We sat down with the Bay Constables, who are our Marine Patrol officers. We asked them what they were looking for and what provisions would allow them to apply with these other conflicting bodies of law, and this is what everybody collectively had drafted. Again, this is a concern. Every season this is a concern. We have nothing on the books. I would strongly urge the board to pass something, and if it's not working out, we could always go back and tweak and change. But right now, we have nothing.
But it still seems like it's saying, you know, the definition of abandoned, it's there without permission for 10 days. Then it's deemed abandoned. Then you're giving it, in the next session, you're giving us the right to impound, to take it into custody. So that indicates, that seems to say to me that you can't impound it or take it into custody before the expiration of 10 days. And I thought we were saying you could do that within 48 hours, but you can't sell it.
Correct. When I was rereading this, the unsecured vessels, the intent is that those are being secured immediately. So you have a boat that's bouncing off of other boats. We're not going to wait 10 days while that's occurring.
Right.
We're going to go grab that and pull it into a town facility. Specifically in the section 316A41, I use the language declared to be a public nuisance and shall immediately be taken into custody.
So I'm going to give you a perfect example of this, and that is duck blinds. So duck blinds are covered in this. So if you have a duck blind out in the bay, right, you don't go out there sometimes for a week. It breaks free. It's floating. It's now secured by the Bay Constables immediately. They take it somewhere where it's safe and it can't do any more damage. Sometimes people don't have plaques on their duck blind, so you don't know whose duck blind that is. Now, 3 days later, for the Bay Constables to either break up that duck blind and get rid of it, or tow it out on a flatbed truck is very labor and monetarily time consuming. They have now secured it, and now I go out a week later and I go, oh crap, where's my duck blind? Well, my first calls to the Bay Constables and say, hey, I had a duck blind here or there. Yeah, we have it, come get it. And they now will fine you for it, but you can get it back. But if you're saying that they must impound it in 48 hours, for them to take that duck blind out of the water, I mean, the cost associated.
No, but where are you saying they would put it?
They could tie it to a town dock.
You can impound it, put on a mooring, and as soon as you impound it, you can start charging.
Right.
And if you don't impound it, you cannot charge.
So, right, what I'm addressing is the impounding and the abandonment components are two separate things.
Yeah.
So we want this treated as abandoned property in this instance, heading to a public auction, because otherwise most of these vessels are in pretty bad shape, don't have a VIN or hull ID number on them. Engines are stripped. They're essentially theft recovery looking type vessels. The ones where we can contact somebody, they do that. They go and find that person, and but oftentimes these are derelict vessels that kind of just somebody cut them loose and they're floating around. So we want to declare them abandoned, hazards, things like that, because then we don't need a public hearing. If we know who owns the vessel, that's a First Amendment taking if we get rid of it without a hearing. So this is intended for truly abandoned vessels.
But I guess maybe I'm not understanding, because it says that any abandoned vessel can be taken into custody. That's 316A2, right? So if it's abandoned, we can take it into custody. But the definition on the prior page of abandoned means it has to be there for a period of 10 days. So that would mean to me you can't take it into custody unless it's been there for 10 days. So
I was reading it as a secured vessel would have to be there for 10 days.
Well, secure vessels should be able
Well, it
to
says
be
any
impounded if it's tied to a
unsecured-
dock more than 2 hours.
It says any unsecured or any secured vessel. But
I mean, we could actually strike it. There's a, state law controlling, so we can strike
Do
the
you
time
want to
period
strike out
altogether.
for a period of 10 days from the definition?
That would be an easy way to compromise here.
That way they can impound it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anytime.
Yeah, because you're talking about.
Because the state law you have to comply
unsecured
with
vessel.
holding it for
Would
10
that make
days
everybody
anyways.
happy if we remove that 10 days from the definition?
Yes.
I
And
think
then
that's
that way they can impound it, keep it for 10 days, and charge the guy.
Yeah, because
Okay.
it's secured or
And
unsecured
we can
without
go home.
permission.
So I need a motion to amend.
Second.
So I'm gonna amend it to remove in the abandoned vessel definition for a period of 10 days. Does that trigger because we had a public hearing on
That
this?
No, this public hearing was noticed to create procedures for dealing with abandoned vessels. So this is a definition. I would say it's a ministerial error, amendment.
I just want to see about the sale, because that you definitely don't want to do in less than
Right.
10 days.
Yeah.
No,
Wait
it's up
10
to
days.
30, it says at least
The
30
duck
days.
blind scenario.
Right, we built in a 30-day redemption period. And
I mean, generally, what we're talking about here is abandoned boats that, it's going to cost us time and money to move, and then no one's going to bid on these things because they're not.
They're garbage.
They're garbage, right?
for the
So-
most part, yeah.
Right. So
Occasionally
this
you
is
get
not
something
a win.
that's
So,
worth
I mean, for us at all, we're just removing dangerous vehicles, boats that are unsecured, basically.
So we're good with just removing
Okay,
the
yeah,
10 days?
that's fine with
Okay.
me. Thank you, Sean.
Sean, can you send us the amendment, please, so we have it in writing? Whatever your amendment.
Striking.
It's striking
Can
on.
you just send
For a
it?
period of 10 days.
Sure.
Yes, thank you.
We had a motion and a second to amend.
So, yeah.
Second.
No, it was
Michael
the second.
did.
Michael.
All in
Bender.
favor?
Sorry.
Aye.
Same second.
Can I be added to co-sponsor this,
I don't know if you want to do that.
please?
And then a motion to
Approve as amended?
as
Yeah,
amended,
amend
yes.
Second.
Same second, same vote.
Aye.
All in
There's two different
favor?
definitions
Aye.
in that definition of abandoned
What's the
vessel.
first and the second?
First,
I think
second.
there's unsecured and then,
And I'm
which is
co-sponsor.
anything, and then secured
You didn't get in
within
there.
10 days. I think
Real quick.
I think you're right. The first
Oh,
one.
I'm too late?
So they would need a permit anyway to secure it?
Maybe put the word "and."
Hmm. Okay, we voted.
Yeah, we'll just work.
Since you're sending it. Town Board Resolution 864 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilman Iacilli. Authorization of cost reimbursement waiver for the Greek Orthodox Church Hamptons Greek Festival from July 11th through July 14th, 2024.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Town Board Resolution 865 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilman Iacilli. Authorization of cost reimbursement waiver for Long Island Abate Veterans Appreciation Ride, which was held on June 9th, 2024.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-866 to adopt the 2024 part-time salaries.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 867 of 2024, authorize attendance at Drug Recognition Expert Interview Training on July 11th, 2024.
Second.
Oh, everybody's seconding it. You got
We're in a
that,
rush.
Sunday? All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-868, co-sponsored with Council Members Schiavone and Pell. Notice of public hearing for the Water Quality Improvement Project requested by the Town of Southampton Highway Department for stormwater remediation for Bay Drive in the hamlet of Hampton Bays.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that will be July 23rd, 2024 at 6 p.m. Town Board Resolution 2024-869, co-sponsored with Councilmembers Schiavone and Pell, to schedule or noticing a public hearing for the Water Quality Improvement Project requested by the Town of Southampton Highway Department for stormwater remediation for Bay Avenue East, hamlet of Hampton Bays.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that will also be on July 23rd at 6 p.m. Town Board Resolution 2024-870, co-sponsored by Councilmembers Schiavone and Pell. A notice of public hearing for the Water Quality Improvement Project requested by the Town of Southampton Parks and Recreation Department for Poxabog Golf Course to install an IA sanitary system.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that'll be July 23rd at 6 p.m.
Town Board Resolution 871 of 2024, co-sponsor with Councilmember Iacilli. A notice of public hearing on the Community Housing Fund acquisition of a workforce housing deed restriction on a property located at 11 Suffolk Street, Sag Harbor, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 903-3-3-55.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that public hearing will be August 13th at 1 p.m.
Thank you. Town Board Resolution 872 of 2024, also co-sponsored with Councilmember Iacilli. A notice of public hearing on the Community Housing Fund acquisition of properties located at 320 McGee Street, Tuckahoe, and 370 Moses Lane, Tuckahoe, Suffolk County tax map numbers 900-158-3-23 and 900-158-3-24.1.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that will be August 13th at 1 o'clock.
Again, thank you.
Town Board
That's
Resolution
doing affordable housing.
2024-873, co-sponsored by Council Members McNamara and Scavone, to authorize the acquisition of 356 Head of Pond Road in the hamlet of Watermill and to amend the Community Preservation Project Plan and Community Preservation Management and Stewardship Plan to include the property.
Second. And
All
we
in
had these
favor?
public hearings today.
Yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-874, co-sponsored with Council Members McNamara and Scavone, to authorize the acquisition of 374 Head of Pond Road in the hamlet of Watermill and to amend the Community Preservation Project Plan and Community Preservation Management and Stewardship Plan to include the property.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-875, co-sponsored by Council Members McNamara and Scavone, to authorize the acquisition of 38 and 48 Old Country Road in the hamlet of East Quogue and to amend the CPF Management and Stewardship Plan to include the property.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-876, co-sponsored by Council Members McNamara and Scavone, to authorize the acquisition of 450 Montauk Highway in the hamlet of East Quogue and to amend the Community Preservation Stewardship Plan to include the property.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And I have two add-ons, rather, sorry. Town Board Resolution ID number 46899, to approve the warrant number 13, capital number 13, CPF number 13, as of July 9th, 2024.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And Town Board Resolution ID number 46907, to accept the bid award and authorizing the supervisor to enter into a contract with the Village of West Hampton Beach and MRJ Industries Limited for the electrical portion of the Governor John Adams Dix Windmill Restoration Project.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, well, if no one has anything else to add, then I move to close the meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
But,
No.